But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With ChessUp 2, you can fully take advantage of the chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy ChessUp, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is Dan, suggesting some places to meet up and watch the game tonight. But you know what's better than a list of places? Knowing how close those places are. Which is why you're just going to ask Gemini to put these places on a map. Whoa, how's that for teamwork?
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number one Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
We're in LA. Today's the day that the Jaime Jaquez Jr. bot comes out on chess.com. Jaime, we love you. We love the heat. We open up chess.com app, choose Jaime Jaquez Jr. right there. We got a scotch, but he's playing main line. Wow. Oh my God, I just wanted my rook with check. Classic Jaime. Oh, that's actually a great chess talk. Like, oh, this is some of the best dialogue I've actually ever seen. But unfortunately for Jaime, so is defeat. And just like that, play Jaime Jaquez Jr.'s bot on chess.com. Peace out.
Welcome back to the third round of the FIDE World Championship, everybody. The queens are off, but the heat is on. A couple more moves played on the board now. Judith, while we were away, we've had some major decisions being made, although the outcome of the game is still far from certain.
Absolutely. Deng was not thinking so much time, and he took the challenge. So he took on b3 and continued the journey with his bishop all the way to c2, attacking white's pawn. This is what we were discussing with Robert. And after a few seconds, the bishop was out on the board by Gukesh. So it seems still, of course, Gukesh is very much deeply in his preparation, contrary to his opponent, I believe.
And Robert, this might not be entirely new to history, as you pointed out while we were off air as well. Very eagle-eyed of you there. It looks like Gukesh very comfortable with what he's doing, and Ding maybe trying to search the memory banks a little bit.
Well, you study your great predecessors. Garry Kasparov may have written the book, but everybody should do it. And we see the position on the board. White has just played the move f12, rook over from h1 to g1, and this has been seen before at the very highest level. I say my great predecessors because former world champion Vladimir Kramnik, he played this opening from the white side against none other than Arjun Erigaisi, another superstar from India. So Judith, as we talk about how the players, they study the openings, how they play their games, I mean, this isn't novel stuff just yet. But Judith, for Gukesh, we know he decided to play this opening. For Ding Liren, there's actually a pretty reasonable chance he's seen this before, given how quickly he played the queen capture followed with bishop c2 and h5.
Well, after g4, actually, queen capture was the most natural move for continuation. That's very clear because you just don't want to move back with the bishop, giving up tempos. So if black can rescue his bishop from c2, which probably or should be the case, then this is obviously the most straightforward decision what Ding was doing. And yeah, this we don't know exactly how much Ding knows this position, right? But of course, having your bishop on c2, you have to be extremely careful what you're doing because you don't pay attention for a move and your bishop is gone. So that's definitely something Ding does not want to see. But this is what the battle is about right now, that how the c2 bishop will cause trouble for white instead of being caught and losing it.
It's a really big question here because I know many people in the audience, they would say, isn't this pawn on b3 just hanging? You put your bishop on c2 to snag that pawn, so why not take it right now? And I just want to show, I know we've gone over similar lines, and h takes g4 was just included, but bishop takes b3 after Gukesh, he's going to immediately take back on g4. If you put bishop takes b3, you're just getting yourself into trouble the same way as earlier. Knight d2, your bishop can't survive for a turn, rook c1, the bishop's getting kicked about, and after the bishop goes to e4, then pawn to f3, and the bishop is fully trapped. You are losing that piece for just a pawn, and it's only going to be 2 pawns for that lost minor piece. So Judith, that seems very clear, obvious to both players, but we're going to have to keep reminding ourselves, I believe, that at some point, as we did see h takes g4, the pawns have been swapped, there may be an opportunity for black to take it. So we should table it for now, to store that idea in our back pocket because it doesn't work, but maybe in the future there's some configuration of pieces where in fact bishop takes b3 will be on the cards.
I would still consider it to go back to this bishop b3 line because after knight d2, bishop c4 would be a possibility to continue the game, trying to save the bishop. So I'm wondering, what do you think, how this would be followed? Should white be taking on c4 and just play e4, centralize his pawns, or can the bishop be catched?
I like what you're saying though, just taking on c4 and playing in the center with e4 or even e3 kind of reminds me of the Queen's Gambit Accepted, right? Where black has an extra pawn, at least temporarily, but white has this great control over the center. And that game that we referenced of Kramnik against Erigaisi, it actually went down this exact path where Kramnik, instead of playing e4 2 squares forward, he went 1 square with e3, and this pawn, of course, is in serious danger. And if you get greedy, Judith, we know that you often pay a price. Just trying to protect your pawns with b5. I think we have a simple tactic here for white that just wins the game.
Knight b5.
Yeah, give me that, right? Take a piece, lose a rook in the corner, and that's why you have to develop your pieces, everyone.
Okay, this is something that, of course, Ding will not do, I believe, because to give up this white square bishop and give up the center completely, usually it gives white at least enough compensation in these kind of positions. So let's see what Ding has in mind to continue the game, whether knight e4 possibly, or maybe bishop b4. There are some alternatives, but black has to be, I think, very careful at this point and very exact.
Yeah, I like your knight e4 suggestion. That looks completely reasonable to me, but I get the sense that Gukesh, he knows exactly what to respond with, and that's the problem at this stage of the World Championship match and this particular game is, Judith, you're a star, you can play and find all these great moves, but they take time, right? We can suggest 4 different options for black, but one may actually be very problematic, and the other two of the other three may be just now worse for black, and then only one is like completely stabilizing. But this isn't the type of position where it's symmetrical pawn structure. We're just liquidating and trying to defend a slightly worse position. There are a lot of tactical possibilities here, Judith, and I know that's very much your style, and it certainly is Gukesh's as well.
Yes, of course, many things comes down to very concrete tactical calculation, but also there is many times that there is some calculation at the end, some little better position arises, and it happens many times, right? But here, really, black has to be careful very much how to continue here.
This the move even that we had an arrow for knight e4. I'm wondering, can that actually solve all of black's problems, or is that bishop on c2 still so trapped in enemy territory that it will come back to haunt Ding Liren, who did place his bishop there? He could have retreated. Instead, he went forward, and I guess Judith, knight e4. That's one move we talked about. Bishop b4 is another. I guess you can try to develop this knight from b8, but is that too slow with knight to d7? I mean, all of these are options. I can name even a few more, but I'm getting worried for Ding, if I'm being honest. He's already down 30 plus minutes on the clock. Gukesh is still within his preparation, and this is not the type of position where you can just play with your hand. You have to think and calculate every single turn.
Yes, indeed. And I see an interesting line. For example, after knight e4, the first question is how white is reacting. But let's say white is capturing on e4. What do you think? So after black goes knight e4, let's say white goes knight e4. And after d takes e4, my plan would be to go knight d2, threatening immediately to catch the bishop with rook c1. And after bishop b4, so after rook c1, black would be taking on b3 because of the pin. White can go white can go instead of rook c1, I think rook g3.
Ooh.
What do you think about that? Protecting the pawn on b3, and nothing can stop white playing rook c1 next move.
I think my reaction did all the talking I needed to. That is beautiful full board awareness, and maybe one of the ideas, rook g1 was needed because there was a tension between h and g pawns, but that is just lovely stuff, just catching that bishop. And I see the featured chat from our good friend, GM Naroditsky. Danya, hello, go to sleep. I think it's really past your bedtime by now. But Judah, the question that we're trying to figure out is, like, how do you extricate the bishop? Because bishop e5 for white may be not a threat. He's pointing out, just to go back to the live position, that any moment bishop e5 is met by knight d7, which is very useful. Otherwise, pawn in g5 would help put pressure on the pin piece. But yeah, the question that we're asking, how do you actually save this bishop, Judith? Knight e4 does not seem to exactly solve all of black's problems there.
But there is another detail also. If knight e4, we don't capture it with the pawn, but going with the bishop to e4, with the idea of playing if knight d2, attacking the bishop, like trying to exchange bishop b4, let's say, and then white plays f3, then bishop c2, then the third rank is already covered by the rook, the pawn on f3, so rook g3 doesn't work, right? So there are a lot of small details in these kind of positions. That's what I want to point out, that there are really small details where maybe you lose or you save your bishop, right?
I love this variation because it goes to show that if you are tunneling in on, let me trap that bishop, that's all I'm focused on, you may not actually succeed because you need that third rank open. This is such a great illustration, Judith, of how having that single-minded focus on one specific idea, you have to look at the nuances there. And I think if I just back up here, I saw that the engine off to the left of our board, the evaluation
King d1.
Quite high up. King d1, exactly.
King d1, right?
Yeah. Looking really strong, getting out of the pin, opening up the attack, and white is clearly the side for choice. And I don't like this position at all for black.
The bishop on e4 is just in huge trouble.
It could get trapped. You could even just capture it and take the two bishops advantage in an open board. So, Judith, this is starting to be quite worrisome for the world champion. He's looked good in the first two games, but here in game 3, I mean, if we just hop back to the live position, we're talking about this knight e4 move. because we're trying to stop rook c1 and knight d2 in some move order. Ding Liren is desperately trying to figure a way out here, and I am nervous for him. I mean, he's down serious time right now, and it's not just the clock. I think, in fact, it's the board that poses even more problems because he is not familiar and his opponent is.
Yeah, but what is surprising for me that there was this Kramnik game before, exactly on this. So it is something that is pretty annoying if the position is really worse for black. That it's not even a completely novelty for objectively in this position. So we should somehow find something for Ding while he's thinking. So maybe bishop b4. Or after bishop b4, knight d2, and black is in trouble.
Yeah, let's go bishop b4, knight d2, as you mentioned, just simply protecting this pawn, also covering the e4 square. And the ideas are this straightforward, Judah. It's just not the type of position from Ding Liren's perspective where you're like, oh, at least I have an opportunity to muddy the waters. Like, the moves are actually pretty obvious from the white side. And I know from my experience, Judah, when I play positions like this, I'm in my own head. I'm like, no matter what I do, my bishop's getting caught. I don't know what to do to get it out of there. And you start like worrying yourself, and then you start desperately trying to find ways to survive and not go down a pawn, for example. So is this look any more appealing to you, or is it still just kind of more of the same?
Well, it looks very scary for my bishop on c2. So what I'm thinking about, maybe not to play bishop b4, but what about get to the help of the c2 bishop with the knight. Knight to a6, with an idea that if rook c1, then knight b4.
So rook c1, knight
or not,
b4.
well, I don't know if you go rook c1 or knight d2, of course.
Right. You have the option between the two of them. I think the pawn on b3 is still difficult to capture. But what if I go for our other idea? Because Danya, his featured chat was saying bishop e5. There was knight b to d7. That knight now is out and about, protecting the bishop. So this looks, to my eyes, very unpleasant, given that there's a pretty nasty pin. And if you block that pin, Judith, is there not bishop to d6 and removing the guard?
Yes, I think this is the big issue for black. Big problem. Okay, so knight a6 will not work.
Maybe there's one line that saves the day there for black, but it looks deeply unpleasant to my eyes. So we're kind of process of eliminating, at least bishop b4 didn't look so great. Knight e4 similarly looked problematic. Okay, I hate to ask the question, but do we have time for knight to d7, for example? Like, I know you're going to play rook c1. I know you're going to play knight d2. But is there any universe where this is a helpful move, or are you just really playing knight d2 next no matter what?
Well, after knight d7, for sure knight d2 comes to mind first. And immediately posing questions to Ding that what do you do against rook c1? Can he go c5 somehow to break up? But I think it's kind of a panic move already.
Yeah. I mean, you can't even really just make these moves we've been talking about. You have to calculate, burn more time. As you said, rook c1, knight d2 first. These options are easy to spot for white, and the way out is very tricky for black. But while Ding is deep in thought, trying to extricate that bishop, why don't we take a look at what kind of hurdles the world champion had to face on his way to this world championship?
Ding Liren made history in 2023 when he became the 17th world chess champion. His journey to get there was nothing short of extraordinary. Ding's rise began early, becoming the youngest ever Chinese champion at 16. His breakthrough on the international stage came in 2015 when he finished second in the star-studded Tata Steel chess event, behind only Magnus Carlsen. From then on, the chess world knew that Ding was a force to watch. Ding wasn't done impressing, scoring one of the most remarkable achievements in chess history. The Chinese star went on an incredible 100-game undefeated streak between 2017 and 2018, the longest until Carlsen broke it in October 2019. During the time, he entered the world's top 5 chess players and broke the 2800 rating mark. Another impressive achievement came in 2019 when he won the Singfield Cup with an undefeated score, beating Carlsen in a blitz playoff. Ding was the first to beat Carlsen in a tiebreak in 12 years.
Oh my god, you just made him.
I'm on the Ding train.
In 2022, the 32-year-old finished second in the candidates tournament, falling just short of a chance to challenge for the title. However, the reigning champion Magnus Carlsen then stunned the chess world when he announced that he would not defend his title. As a result, Ding would face Jan Nepomniachtchi, the winner of the candidates, in a challenge for the throne. The 2023 World Chess Championship was a thrilling back-and-forth match where Ding only clinched the title after a dramatic rapid playoff, as the 14 classical games ended in a 7-7 tie. That secured him a place in history books as the first male Chinese player to become a World Chess Champion.
It's over! Ding Liren is the World Chess Champion! This has been a fight of courage, of grit and determination.
However, life hasn't been easy for the humble grandmaster since winning the title. Ding took a 9-month break from tournaments and later revealed that he had struggled with his mental health. Entering 2024, Ding's form has taken a deep dive. His performance in tournaments has consistently been below expectations, and for the first time in history, a reigning world champion has dropped out of the top 20 in the world rankings.
At some moment, he started bouncing up and down. He's shaking, literally shaking, and he definitely doesn't seem like the same person.
He just seems to be off.
Despite his challenges, Ding remains positive and determined.
When I first get the title, I'm very nervous and I have some problem with psychological, but now I feel much better.
His journey continues in Singapore, and his fans will certainly be eager to see him recover his top form and show why he has become one of the greatest forces in the chess world.
And that is your world champion, Ding Liren, who not only holds that title, he had the absolute monster 100-game unbeaten streak from August 2017 through November 2018, well over a year without losing a game. And not only is he good at chess, he also holds a law degree from Beijing University, and he's a big football fan, Juventus and Bayern Munich. I'm not sure how you can be fans of two different teams. I was always told when I was playing FIFA as a kid that you have to pick one and that's your squad for the rest of your life. But Judith, we can see that Ding Liren, he is not just a chess player, he has many talents off the board as well.
Yes, definitely. It seems the case, but right now he needs his talent on the chessboard because he's defending his title in the World Championship match. And he seems to be in a little trouble right now because he gave his bishop a tour all the way to c2 into the camp of Gukash's area. And it seems like he has to look after it very, very carefully. I'm kind of worried about that.
Yeah, unlike a courtroom, you can't just talk your way out of this one. And that bishop there, I mean, it looks pretty trapped. And you and I were talking while that video was playing before, illustrating how great Ding Liren is and has been for a long time. But then his play, it did really take a big dip, Judith, right? That was not good. He really struggled with his mental health. Everyone in the chess world, including us, we wished him well. It seems like he got off to a great start winning with black in game 1, but I don't think anyone would be happy about this position here in game 3. And one idea, maybe because we're desperate, maybe because we're just trying to find a way to save that bishop without losing material, is we're talking about some ideas, maybe not in this specific position, but with rook g8, so that you can try to play g5 and give that bishop some breathing room on the diagonal. I mean, Judith, that looks like it's a bit desperate, but maybe it's just what is necessary at this stage of the game with the bishop really stuck behind enemy lines.
Well, that's a very nice idea. It's a very typical computer kind of thinking. These days, of course, it should come to mind to us also such a move. And yeah, basically it can work if it works because rook g8, and when the bishop attacks in some way, then there is an intermediate move playing g5 and making space for the bishop. At the same time, I'm pretty skeptical for the moment of Black's position, but there is no way that he should be in such a big trouble as it seems at first. And okay, we were analyzing already quite some lines, so I'm thinking very heavily, and I see Ding also, kind of his body language says, I believe, that he does not feel too comfortable at this point with his position.
And Judith, his 13th move. He has spent almost half of his allotment for the first time control. Do you think that's weighing on him as well? Not just is this bishop on c2 trapped, I think there might be a way to get it out of there, but do you think that at this point he's like, I just actually have to hurry up because I'm not even going to have enough time to defend the position, even if I'm playing accurate moves for the next, say, 10 or so?
No, at this point, I think he doesn't care about his time, to be honest. I think he very much cares about his bishop. Because, I mean, that's the only thing what counts right now, how to save poor bishop on c2. You can have all the time, and if you're having trouble with that one to escape from there, then it doesn't matter. I mean, he can play a reasonable position in a short time, but he cannot play without a piece with a lot of time.
That's very true. So what you're saying, Judith, just to make it clear for everybody, is, okay, the clock situation, not ideal, but right now, if he doesn't find a way to not go down a pawn, or, of course, if you lose the bishop, absolutely, then you're toast. But if he doesn't find a way out in the near future with that bishop, it doesn't matter if you give him days to think of his turn. So is there anything that you see? I know while we speak, the wheels are turning in your head, and you often have creative ways to help survive difficult positions. I mean, we talked about that Kramnik game against Erigaisi, where Erigaisi is rapid chess, took on b3, and then brought his bishop back to c4. That doesn't look good, but maybe it's not so bad, I say, without any confidence whatsoever.
Well, bad or not bad, for the moment I see it seems like the only escaping route for the bishop, which does not seem to be making black very happy, because it gives up the bishop, and it seemed the way the game went, if we can move it on the board, bishop b3, knight d2, bishop c4, white is going to capture on c4, so the center is completely white's, and in this position I think it is probably the best move that Kramnik played e3, to push it only one step and not two, because he wants to keep the option for his bishop on g2, right? So b5, knight b5, that's a huge problem. So black probably has to play knight bd7 or something, and then give up the pawn on c4, which leads to a clear advantageous position for white. It's not only advantage, but it's like heaven, It's like you don't even dream about close to have such a great position, with space advantage, with the bishop pair, weaknesses in the black camp. I mean, the a file for the rook without moving a single move, it's attacking, putting pressure. You go king e2. I mean, this is something that you're very spoiled if you get this position with white, right? Out of the opening.
As you said, it's not even like within the possibilities when you dream up the opening stage. And I guess, Judah, if we're sort of speaking candidly here, if this were the position that Gukesh were to get, we feel quite confident that white wins these types of positions very often. We won't put a number on it, but you feel like you're pressing with zero risk, and every single move still is difficult for black because your pawns are quite weak.
Well, of course, black is fighting, developing his bishop to b4, probably defending it, pushing a5, and if he has an opportunity to go push b5, come with the king to e7. So, of course, there is going to be a fight black is doing, but it doesn't take away the fact that white has simply a beautiful advantage. And yes, indeed, in the best hands, someone who is very focused and very determined, as in this case Gukesh, it might be simply almost a winning position. Not winning position, but is a position with advantage that he is able to convert it and equalize the match. So this is something definitely a position which, in this case, it would be a nightmare before the game to have something like this. But of course now he's facing right now in a position where he has to really pay attention what happens with his c2 bishop. What are the alternatives? This is one alternative, to keep the equal material, but positionally it would be a worse position. But for now, I don't see how else he can save material, the bishop.
Oh, goodness. You can see it on Ding Liren's face right now. I mean, he is not happy at all. And he decided to bring his bishop forward to c2. He thought perhaps this was the principal approach, and maybe he didn't quite realize what he was walking into. But you can see the body language of these players. Gukesh, he really hasn't thought at all, Judith, if we're being honest, because this hasn't been played before, and he knows that. Ding, on the other hand, he's already a bit tired. He's been considering his options every single turn. And now he's like, all right, do I just sort of swallow my pride, get to that position we were just looking at where white is clearly better, and you could only, as we say, dream of having such a position from the white side? Or does he just continue to dig deep, spend time, burn clock, and find an alternative? And one move that, at least one idea we keep talking about is rook g8, to try to get g5 in. I don't think it works right off the bat, but Judith, I think that must be what Ding Liren is trying to make work, and maybe he is like, if not now, one more turn and then rook g8, but it just looks very dicey.
Yeah, but you don't have one more turn kind of thing. So why don't we check rook g8? I mean, time is very important in this position, and I'm not talking about the clock itself. I'm talking about the moves, whether black will be in time to play rook g8 and g5 to escape, rescue the bishop from c2. So after rook g8, actually the problem is, or it may be that, rook c1 is better, or because after knight d2, I believe g5 comes.
Exactly.
And that seems to be that there is an escape for the bishop. And it doesn't matter whether bishop takes b8, rook a7. That is not enough for white, I believe.
Nope, that extra pawn is not
bishop
so great.
b4, and black is happy to have his bishop alive and look for compensation, probably.
Agree with you there. So
okay.
If you don't like knight to d2, you were saying that if rook g8, you were saying rook c1 right away, just be more direct.
Well, let's see what happens here. Bishop takes b3. Knight d2. And the question is, what is the difference after bishop c4 takes and e3, right?
Does g5? I mean, that move looks a little bit annoying at least.
Maybe knight d5 can be an option.
You get knight d5 as well here.
Well, after g5, I thought bishop e5 can be just played.
Right, and I was just trying to
knight d7.
At least get rid of your bishop pair if I can, because I was so worried about it.
Yeah, that's true.
Feels more like a fight, and I just want to show that I guess knight d5 has that annoying issue that bishop g2 at the end will win the house.
Oh, yes.
d5 and c4 and b7 and all the
Everything
other pawns and light squares.
falls apart.
Yeah, it really does fast in this position. So we're saying that if we go back to our analysis here, so rook g8, which we're still trying to make work, it still seems like white can be very direct, right? Rook c1, and then chase that bishop out of there, and it's not game over. Just move this bishop, I don't know where you want, bishop h. And just go after
Bishop
this pawn
d2
once
was the other idea I had in mind.
Go back this way. And, well, I mean, can I ask you, Judith? Because I don't want to give up on this position just yet. If I play knight d7, and you push your e-pawn 1 or 2 squares, I'm not sure, can I
Let's say
play
1.
knight b6 and protect?
Yeah, but there are a lot of problems can be happening to black. Like even bishop e2, and in some cases knight e4 comes to lighten up the f6 weakness for black.
Yeah, it's not just even about the bishop pair anymore, it's just that the weak squares in black's position, and c4 could drop in the near future anyway.
No, I mean, of course, it's playable for black, but it's not fun to play. That's for sure as well.
So, can I ask you a question, Judith? Because none of these positions have looked fun for me from Ding Liren's perspective. Which position looks the most, in quotes, fun from the black side?
I don't know, but this is the position. It's not something you want to spend your free time with. Nor the World Championship match any of its games. But okay, sometimes, of course, it happens that you end up in positions you don't want and you have to handle it and you have to try to survive it. But this is not a nice alternative, but what can cross your mind that, okay, this is one great option. Let's look for something else as well. No, here it's really Ding is suffering. You can see him suffering also. I mean, and the problem is that we are such an early of the game. It's only move 13. That of course you're blaming yourself that how is it possible that this is what I have right now on the board. So this is also psychologically very difficult to digest, I think. I never played a World Championship match myself where you have the pressure is escalated to the sky. But generally speaking, when you play a match or you play a game, a very important game, for me, it was always one of the biggest problems. If I have a game and it's a battle and it's a fight, you're calculating, making mistakes, okay, it happens. It's not a joy, but it happens. But when you feel that you're not even in the game, you're suffering and struggling from the very beginning, and you feel like that it was unnecessary that I have this, put myself in this situation, this is really frustrating. Apart from the fact that he has to handle this position and has to focus and cannot lose concentration. And of course he sees it that bishop b3, knight d2, bishop c4 takes e3, and it's a very unpleasant position for black. But for the moment, I don't see it, but I'm afraid he doesn't see it also, that what is better or what is the other similar, at least similar or better alternative.
And we can see the evaluation bar to the left, and I agree with that featured chatter that we just saw where it's a tightrope for Ding Liren right now. But black isn't in that bad of shape, at least according to our trusty Silicon friend, and that means that there's like one option and one option only that allows Ding Liren to at least be within the realm of just acceptable position. So we're looking at variations. We talked about knight to e4 for black. We didn't love the look of it, but I think it's probably, objectively speaking, not that terrible, but it looks difficult. Rook g8 we want to make work, and maybe it just doesn't quite work the way we want in this current position. We talked about knight a6 to b4, but that didn't quite work out either. So we're getting to that stage, Judith, where we keep trying and trying, and this is exactly what Ding Liren is doing right now. So for those of you watching this match and thinking, what is Ding thinking about? He's trying to make every single option that we just talked about work. And I guess by a process of elimination, at some point, he just picks a move and goes with it. But if we, use our trusty friend here, and we're not going to pretend like we have all the answers, but we will walk you through the processes. I think, as I'm seeing here, that rook g8 is the idea, Judith. But first, you have to throw in this move knight to d7, hoping that the white knight drops back to d2, and then playing rook g8. It's just like a matter of precision here, but I would say that's very difficult to note that knight d7 is actually a helpful move that works out for black and isn't just much worse.
Well, you have to have quite nerves for that, or just by elimination you get to that point. So let's see what knight bd7 gives to black.
Okay, so
because
why don't we...
Well, I have two questions to start with after knight d7. First of all, of course, knight d2 is an option, but what about playing rook c1 immediately? It makes things a little different, of course. I don't know if you want to go bishop b3. Is that your idea?
That
knight
was,
d2,
indeed.
or our friend's idea. Bishop c4. So takes, e3, and then already b5 is possible, because the knight is not on b8 anymore, so knight b5 is not possible, and also if bishop g2, black goes rook c8, right?
Yep.
So this is a nice way of actually one tempo counts, of course, in many different situations, and this is one of them, which makes actually black survive.
And
Absolutely
Judith, I just
survive.
want to quickly point out that knight d5 is also possible because the knight is already out from b8. So your idea from earlier might also be a nice attempt to try and equalize.
Yeah, actually, I would like to keep my pawn with b5 if it's possible, or keep Ding's pawn. Maybe it's over optimistic, but yeah, okay. At least here, black has some ways of trying to defend and survive, right? So
Yes.
this is a good thing for black.
So I guess that means, Judith, that after knight bd7, that this direct plan with rook c1, it might be a little bit too fast, and then knight d2 is the alternative to keep that bishop, protect the pawn. But then rook g8 looks more enticing because g5 is available. The knight and bishop don't team up on that square, and he has found the best choice. So Judith, that was time very well spent by Ding Liren. He has played the best move, knight b to d7. So he's doing everything right. The engine off to the left of the board still says only slightly better for white. I think we have to give credit where it's due, that was time put to good use. Ding Liren has found the first step in the right direction.
Yeah, actually, I would be very curious to understand until which point Ding was in his home preparation. Or is he still in his home preparation?
Wow.
And
You're
he
saying
just
that
gave the
he's just trying to
impression.
work it out? Have you done that before, Judith? Because by the way you asked that question, I feel like you've tricked many a foe into them believing that you were on your own, but realistically, you knew everything that you had to do.
Unfortunately, it was not the case. My weakest point was always the opening preparation. Though I can name two of my games also, where I played incredible ideas. I don't even know how I did it. I was very young in the first one when I played against Hula. It was a Scheveningen game, and I made some tactical ideas that later on I got to some information. Some people said, well, she's unable to do this. I mean, obviously it must be some home preparation, which was not the case. And there was my other game, that one probably, my game against Berkesh. And that was this amazing piece sacrifice, and I played g4, a quiet move, so I can open up the h file. And on that one also, few people thought, including my opponent, that obviously it had to be a home preparation. But also I was not pretending. When I was a kid, I think, I was pretending maybe in few occasions, mostly at home with my sisters. I don't remember a game, but maybe also in a game when I sacrificed something, like I blundered maybe. So my opponent would be capturing that and falling into the trap. But of course, it's hard to imagine that Dink knows everything and he spent so much time. But sometimes it happens that that there are different alternatives, and then you have the time to decide. I don't know. But it also seems very strange if he doesn't know it. And he ends up in move 13 in this position without knowing the position, because it is many times very hard to sort out all the lines here and go on.
Well, whether it's a question of him just trying to remember some preparation he's done, or whether he's on his own and he's proving that he's the Ding Liren of old, the one who ascended to the World Championship title, who didn't lose a game for 100 tries. I mean, we know how good he is at his best, and maybe he's just finding that form and he's finding the best continuations. But John, I think it's a good moment to bring you back in, because now Gukesh, for the first time all game, is back on the clock. We've looked through so many complicated variations, but it seems like Ding has found the right first attempt here, and it's up to Gukesh to continue mounting the pressure.
I think the best way to describe this, Robert, especially from my point of view, is that it's easy to see these individual small ideas in the position. Once you explain rook g8 to push g5, dislodging the bishop on f4, that makes sense. Once you talk about the knight coming into d7 to remove the e5 square from the bishop, so that if you kick that bishop, it can't go to e5, that makes a lot of sense to me as well. Or if you say, in response to rook c1 at some point, If the bishop takes on b3, my knight on d7 might then end up defending the c4 square by hopping into b6. All of these ideas make sense in isolation. Where Ding has my mind completely blown is that he's stringing these ideas together and then more to come up with what chat correctly described as the tightrope of how we intersect all of these different ideas to form the correct continuation of the game. So you can see these little ideas in isolation, not connected together. And what Ding has just spent his time doing is really, really incredible. But that's only half the battle won, right? He's seen the first move in the continuation. He now needs to not lose the thread. And Robert, from your experience, that can be quite difficult to do in chess games sometimes.
Although sometimes, on the other hand, it is important just to find that one critical decision, and then after that, you breathe that sigh of relief. I'm not saying that that's going to be the case here, but there are times for these best of the best players where they make that really difficult decision in a precarious moment, and then they're like, you know what? My position isn't so bad. They start believing in themselves more and are able to back up that first correct continuation with more and more.
So, folks, we've got Gukesh settling in for a think now, but he has got plenty of time to do it. An hour up on the clock compared to Ding Liren, but that's a position he was basically in game number 1 as well. We know from watching this broadcast now that doesn't necessarily mean that much. We're going to go to a quick break now, but before we do, this Black Friday, we're going to be hooking all of you folks up with 50% off premium memberships after a 7-day free trial on chess.com. So that's half off unlimited game reviews, unlimited puzzles, ad-free gameplay, and so much more. Go to go.chess.com/Black Friday 24 or use !Black Friday in chat to cash in. Ding Liren successfully finds knight bd7. Let's see what Gukesh does in response. This opening preparation has been fantastic. Stay with us as we go deeper into the middle game after this break.
This is chess. Chess is an experience. The excitement, the joy, the devastation, the undeniable drive to play again and again. Chess is an experience that's meant to be shared. What if you could experience chess in a completely new way? On a real chessboard with the power of AI at your fingertips. This is ChessUp 2. Take everything you love about playing on chess.com and experience it on a real chessboard. Play a blitz match against a random online opponent. Conquer the bot you've been stuck on for months. Or challenge a friend halfway across the world. ChessUp 2 is always ready and always connected with built-in Wi-Fi. Never miss a move with full piece recognition. And review all your games right on chess.com. ChessUp 2 is more than a chessboard. It's a chess trainer. If you're new to chess, ChessUp will teach you. If you already know how to play, ChessUp will teach you how to really play. With patented AI assistance, you can balance a match between players of any skill level. Or hone your skills against one of the built-in AI coaches. The makers of ChessUp 2 are the same team behind the original ChessUp. The best-selling smart chessboard in the world. So whether you're a beginner who wants to learn and improve while you play, or a chess pro who wants to go deeper into the world of chess, experience ChessUp 2 and level up your game.
Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation? Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStax.
Hi Gemini, quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email?
Yeah, I can help with that. This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number one Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Welcome back to game number 3 in the FIDE World Championship. We've just settled in for a think that was essentially an hour long before Ding Liren, the world champion, found knight bd7, the start of a continuation that might be able to dig him out of the proverbial hole he's in at the moment. Some incredible opening preparation from Gukesh has put the world champion on the ropes a little bit out of the opening. Judith, after finding knight bd7, it feels like we had not necessarily a transformation, but certainly a shift in body language for both players. Talk us through what you think's happening.
Well, things started to go slow in the opening, and we had the feeling that Ding was caught in a home preparation by Gukesh. At the same time, after knight d7, which was definitely the best move, and Ding found it after spending lots of time, and he's under 1 hour by now. He started to play very fast while I'm talking knight d2 and rook g8. The idea is developing there so he can rescue his bishop. And I have the feeling that things may shift to a different direction. Suddenly, I don't feel that there are such a huge dangers for Ding anymore. And also, before he went knight bd7, when he was thinking for so long, you could see that Gukesh was sitting there having his hands across each other, and then he was also a little bit meditating, which is part of his routine, I think, during the game, before the game, and also during the game. Time to time, we see him doing that, put himself focusing so much and being in the presence, while Ding's body language gave me the impression that he did not feel comfortable at all during that period of time while he was calculating the different alternatives for himself. At the same time now, already I feel that he kind of feels confident and comfortable with his position. So I'm very curious how the game and the body language, what it shows to me. Because now I see Ding as he's quite okay with the position he has right now.
So a monumental shift in the body language there. And the stat below, I mean, I think this is a fun one. Ding was down 52 minutes on move 14 in game number 1. He was playing with the black pieces as well. And guess what? He won that game. He's now trailing by an hour and 2 minutes on move 13 playing with black. I'm not sure how much we could read into that. I do find that's a brilliant stat, though. What I will say is that rook g8 was insta-played. He basically pre-moved that on the board, so all of that calculation he did previously is now potentially starting to come to fruition. So, Robert, Judith, I'm going to let you break that one down. Let's get back to the game.
Thank you so much, John. And Judith, we did see, as John just mentioned, an instant reply from Ding Liren, and during that break, we were talking about how suddenly Ding Liren seemed a little bit more confident. Gukesh is the one spending his time. He's on the clock. So, Judith, now that you've seen the last couple moves unfold, do you believe that Ding Liren was in his preparation all along and he's seen this before? He was just trying to remember and not mix up those lines?
Well, you can never be sure. This is what I can say, because there are some parts of the puzzle is missing for me. Either way, how it happened, the first 14 moves right now. But I mean, I know, for example, with Ivanchuk, I mean, he might know that what he wants to play exactly, and then he's just spending time because he's enjoying looking at the position and understanding it much better and understanding it so well that after that he can speed up his play. And actually, if we think about it, we go back to game 1. It was a case where Ding really was thinking, spending so much time. He had a huge time. He was behind in time quite a bit. And then from some point on, he played maybe in 6 or 7 minutes, 7 or 8 moves in a row. And they were not so easy at all, but probably he was calculating ahead. And this may happen in this position as well, that he played knight d7. After knight d2, of course, he played rook g8 instantly. And there is a good chance that he's going to be playing the next several moves also, again, very, very fast. And now it's Gukesh's turn to figure out how he wants to continue the game. And this is where we can see, and I hope the audience also understands that how things are shifting from one move to another, but also how much in ahead the players sometimes think. And it can happen with Aronian, for example. He was always very famous. He was spending some time at some point in the opening. Maybe he had great preparation, but still spending some time. And then he was playing with very speedy way the rest of the game, maybe because he just simply understood the middle game where his pieces should be placed, and he knew the plans. So I'm very curious how fast and well Ding will be playing from here on.
I'm also curious. I think the chat will be as well, and I'm going to get the chat involved. I want to hear your thoughts. Do you think Ding Liren was just remembering his preparation, or is he just finding the best moves on his own? So chat, come on, take a minute there. Let us know your thoughts. Hopefully we can get a poll up, because I myself am curious. I can't wait for the press conference after the game when maybe Ding Liren will share that, yeah, no worries, I knew this one at home 6 months ago. But we see the question asked, like, we're talking about that. Will he start playing instantly now that he's invested the time? Judith, the good news for Ding Liren is that he has some clear plans. We were talking about in some other positions, White just had the easy play. It was a struggle for Black to come up with exact plans of his own. We know that g5 is part of the plan, and this bishop will have to slide back to somewhere on the diagonal, maybe g6 or h7. So my big question is, rook c1, g5, if we start getting a little bit more direct in this position here, what is actually going to happen over the next 5 or so moves? Because once you put a pawn on g5, it does become a bit of a target that White can go after.
Well, it is a big question whether is it going to be a pawn which White can go after or not. First of all, let's say White has several options. Of course, rook c1 is the move which one has to consider first. It is very forcing because Black is going to be playing g5. And at first, it's clear that White could take on g5 to take a pawn. But then black captures it back, and after rook c2, the g4 pawn is hanging. So black is just simply equalizing. Great position. Maybe it's even nicer to play it with black. So this is not an option for white. So if we go back, after rook c1, the g5 intermediate move, which is one of the nicest thing in chess, I think, white should be moving away his bishop. So where to move the bishop? Okay, we can go to e3, let's say, so to keep the pointing over to the g5 square. And now there is no question, I think black has to go back all the way to h7, because if bishop g6, then the g5 pawn would be under attack. So after black goes back to bishop h7, the first question is, can white go knight f3 and attack immediately the g5 pawn? At the same time, I think it's also kind of tricky if black can give up that pawn, because after bishop h6 does not seem very nicely protecting the pawn. Somehow I don't like my bishop on h6, even though it's protecting that g5.
No.
I don't know what to play with white, but that doesn't seem to be right. At the same time, the question is, what is right in this position for black? Because maybe knight e4 is possible, but then knight takes e4, bishop e4, knight g5. So bishop b4 is just a check, and I don't see what else do I have in return for giving up the pawn.
I'm with you there. Doesn't look sufficient for full compensation. White is a pawn ahead, and I guess the question is, at this stage, is to go back a few turns, that once this knight takes on e4, if I take back with the pawn, and now I know you're going to go knight takes g5. So this type of position, I'm just very curious, Judith, because I know everyone, we like our material, but we also like to have some aggression and some chances. I mean, this knight on g5, it can wrap itself back around knight h3, knight f4, but white is a pawn ahead. Black has, I think, some good coordination and can even castle queenside in the near future. This knight can jump out, say, knight f6 and to d5, things like that. Would you say that black has good compensation, or would you just prefer to have white and the extra pawn?
I think black has not enough compensation. And definitely I would take white. But it goes together, I guess.
Yeah, but sometimes it's one of those like 50-50 positions where like it looks pretty tempting to get this position because of the activity, but you're just saying that there's not quite enough activity from the black side.
I would think at first, though it is possible that black can be very concrete and play f6. Either white goes knight h3 and then f6, or white goes something else and f6, and go bishop f7 to immediately put attack on the b3 pawn, and after that king c2 playing c5 or something. So black would be definitely having some compensation, but at first I would think it should not be enough. But there is a question whether does black really have to give up that pawn?
That's a good one, and I think it sort of highlights this inner struggle for players. Do I give up material for activity, or do I keep material but maybe be a little bit more passive? So you're saying if we go back in time here, in this position, if bishop e3 and say bishop to h7, maybe there's a different bishop move, but that looks like the most logical. And
but where can you go differently? I'm sorry.
I think e4 if I want to stop knight f3.
Yeah, the question. This is possible. Well, this is an important move to include, indeed.
It's funny because on one hand, Judith, we don't really like giving up a bishop pair, but on the other hand, as we were just discussing, we don't like giving up a pawn. So this might be the best of a difficult situation.
Well, probably this is the alternative for black, either to give up the bishop, to go bishop e4 and provoking f3, or to go back to h7, but in that case, probably you have to give up a pawn.
And how do you feel about this one? Let's say I just take the bishop, because why not? Get myself the bishop pair, and I assume you're taking with the knight. This type of position, do you think white has some serious pull, or has black done well to actually level up this game?
I think there is a good chance that black is just doing fine, because white has the bishop pair, but the position is pretty close for that they don't have enough space. Of course, if the white bishop would be standing on f5 right now, then it would be a different story. But how the f1 bishop will ever get to f5, right? I mean, there is not too much of a chance for it that the white bishop can get there.
I can do it, Judith. Watch. See? There's on f5 now.
I know these days there are many different kind of chess played, but I think this we will have to wait another century when people decide that you go this way.
I thought, I might as well use the powers that I have by picking up the bishop and putting it there. But no, your point is extremely well taken. The light squared bishop, which is supposed to be an advantage, right? Two bishops advantage, they say, not really getting an open diagonal to use, at least not for the foreseeable future. So,
I think
this position.
Sorry, it just came to my mind that it would be an interesting chess game if once in a game, in the first, let's say, first 15 moves of the game, each player can place its dream chess, and one piece can be replaced to the dream square of the piece, let's say. So obviously in this position, bishop f5, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what would be black's dream move?
Ooh, that's a
not
really
so easy already.
Good question. Maybe knight h4, something like that.
I knew you're going to say that. But, it's not as a big dream as bishop on f5, maybe.
Well, it's funny that we're having this discussion because my coach, he passed, but he wrote a book called Dream Moves, and this was his concept always, like what squares your pieces belong on, how do we get them there? And it's a very Karpovian school of thought where you'd always see Karpov, find that right square. If his knight was on c3, maybe you'd back it up to b1 to then just reroute it somewhere else. And so in these types of positions, it's not just about the current state of affairs, it's how can I actually improve, whose position is easier to improve. And this one, I think it's actually just a toss-up. Both sides would have chances in a position like this. So, I mean, the game position, still, it's Gukesh on the clock. He's not sure whether to play rook c1, if he can maybe include a move like g5 himself, all sorts of different possibilities that he needs to work through. I believe he's out of his preparation. And, well, while he's thinking and trying to figure out the best way forward, just as we did with Ding Liren and talked about how he made it to this stage, why don't we look at Gukesh's path to the FIDE World Championship?
At just 18 years old, Gukesh is within reach of history as he challenges Ding Liren for the title of World Chess Champion. Born in Chennai, India, Gukesh is one of the most impressive prodigies the chess world has ever seen. He became a grandmaster at the young age of 12 years and 7 months. Had broken the 2700 barrier by the age of 16, he became the youngest ever to break 2750. His rapid rise toward the top has been nothing short of incredible.
An impressive performance that Gukesh is pulling out, beating one of the strongest players in the world.
At the 2024 Candidates Tournament in Toronto, Gukesh entered as an underdog, but soon he proved to be a real contender. After suffering a setback and losing from an excellent position to Fruja in round 7, the young Indian came back strong in the second half of the event by winning 3 games.
What a moment! There it is. Wow. Gukesh Damaraju, the 17-year-old, he is doing unheard of things.
While leading by half a point ahead of the final round, the job wasn't done. Facing pre-tournament favorite Hikaru Nakamura with the black pieces, he needed to at least draw to secure a playoff, while a win would secure a victory. In the end, Gukesh easily held the draw, and when Caruana couldn't convert a winning position against Nepomniachtchi, the Indian super talent prevailed.
Official congratulations to Gukesh, the youngest player to win the candidates and to compete for a world championship title.
Since winning the candidates, the Indian teenager has continued to impress, climbing to the top 5 in the world rankings. Now, with the chess world watching, Gukesh stands on the brink of history. If he wins, he will make history as the youngest ever undisputed world chess champion and inspire a whole new generation of chess enthusiasts.
I'm very excited to play the World Championship and really looking forward to all the preparations and being there.
This World Championship, and now that he's here, well, he has tough sledding ahead. But let's talk about Gukesh Damaraju. He is the youngest candidate winner in chess history. He was just 17 years old, the youngest player ever to pass 2750. 9 out of 10 in the recently concluded Olympiad, where Team India won the gold and Gukesh won gold on the top board. And if he does win this match against Ding Liren, he takes that title and becomes the 18th world champion. So Judith Gukesh, he's already so impressive, and maybe the best is yet to come. Hopefully for him it is, but he's nearly 2800. He's playing on this stage. What do you make of the player from India?
Oh, it was so exciting to follow him since 2019. I think that's when I heard of him kind of more seriously. And then in 2020 online event, I had experience with him because he was playing in my team in the Challengers Chess Tour. And it was very interesting to see his mindset, his approach, his understanding, his hunger to learn and build himself. It was really a pleasure to follow him. And then I had the privilege to be around him, seeing him in the Chennai Olympiad, where he was playing incredible, like nobody could stop him until game 9. And actually there also it was not his opponent Abdusattorov really, but first he himself made such a big mistake. Instead of winning the game, that he even lost the game. So it was very exceptional to follow him from round to round, how he builds up and how he goes there in every game, and he stays focused and all these things. And also in Hungary, it was in my hometown in Budapest, and he was playing here and practically killing everybody, being so dedicated even in the last round when they did not need the victory for India. So he has all the right approach and the character to become a world champion, I think, one day. So I'm not sure it's going to be this time, but it can be. And we have some moves on the board, yeah? Very committal move, G5 by him.
Yes, let's rewind. A couple of moves have been played, and as you said, Gukesh, he can become a world champion. Will it be in this match is a big question, but that move G5, if we just back this up here, we were talking about how Rook C1 inviting Black to make that move, but instead, Gukesh, seeing that Ding Liren is aiming to play G5 himself, he decides to push his pawn there, and that move is not the best choice. It's not a blunder, nothing of that sort. But as we continue here, it allows the Black Knight to step out to H5. So this move hits the bishop, which drops back to H2. Judith, at least to my eyes, and I have 4 of them, that it seems like Black doesn't have nearly the same issues that we were talking about. This bishop is going to survive. It always has the F5 square. And the knight on H5, it may be sidelined for now, but later in the game, that knight can reroute via G7 to E6 or F5. So I have to be honest that this opening that we thought, Gukesh, he caught Ding by surprise, and there was this Kramnik versus Aragaisi game, perhaps knowing that you should be better, but then not knowing how to actually obtain that advantage sometimes encourages us to make moves like G5. Like, I need to press forward, just continue going up the board and trying to push my opponent back. But Judith, I do feel like the worst of Black's problems are behind him, and even the evaluation bar, if we can believe that, it says Black is to be slightly preferred now.
Well, we shouldn't believe it all the time, right? And we don't want to believe it all the time, but I understand that it's there. G5 was a very interesting decision, and this is also so interesting, and I want to highlight that no matter what kind of preparation you have, like in some positions and in some very characteristic positions, even there is always an option, a decision to be made. For example, this was a kind of a critical moment, I think, for White. Whether do you play G5 yourself in order to push away the knight from the center? So I stabilize my bishop on H2 is very, very safe, and later on probably he has the plan to play F3 and E4, or E3, F3, King F2, develop with the pieces, and then slowly trying to improve his position. But it gives a very different structure suddenly. Or the other option was to play Rook C1 or to play something else, allow Black to play G5. So the big question was, g5, g4 pawn setup or g5, g6, and it has a completely different later on game because of that, because of the pawn structure. And if you have to decide it at the game, it is very, very difficult to decide because it goes by intuition, and it's like very much you have to have your strategy, and you have to be envision a long, long, long strategy in the game, whether is it going to be beneficial for me or more to the opponent. The question is this f5 square, is it going to give extra help for black and extra opportunities or no? And we have moves on the board, and rook h8 I really like, because like he played rook g8 when it was needed, when it was the rescue, the c2 bishop, the intermediate move, so g5 is right then, it's ready. It was provoking white to be pushing g5, and after g5 it was very clear that the rook on g8 is not doing anything anymore. So actually Ding Liren is not wasting time going back with his bishop, that okay, thanks God, I'm already free, freed myself with the bishop, and I go back to f5. No, I'm standing on a c2. I'm going to be waiting until white is going rook c1 and pushing me back. So I still have time to improve and start to improve my pieces. So actually the dream square for the rook is on h8, especially when he can move it his knight from h5 to g7, and then he's going to be controlling the h5 suddenly. So in these last 2-3 moves, there were so many things have been changed in this position, even though some people might think that, well, nothing special is going on, it's like 2-3 moves happened since the other one. No, there is a dramatic changes happened in this game in the last 3-4 moves.
And Judith, I completely agree with you, and I don't want to overstate the case, but I do like Ding's position now. I think it's easier to play, and the long term, I'm worried about these double isolated pawns. If we do trade more pieces, some of these endgames will be quite difficult for white because black has a very healthy pawn structure. You have this pawn chain from b7 up to d5. It looks safe and sound. The open a file, which is good for white if it can cause some problems. Black can always play this move a6, if you get enough time. And I don't see how white increases any of the pressure. So I see some plans for black. Knight g7, as we're talking about, the bishop can always retreat to f5, or maybe the black knight will gallop to that square. But now my question for you, Judith, you mentioned f3 possibly as an option. Do you see Gukesh going forward with like f3 and e4? You mentioned f3 and e3 as well if you're playing a little bit more solidly. f3 step one, but how do you see this game continuing, and do you share my sentiment that you like black's position, or do you still feel like Gukesh has things in good control?
Well, actually, I think Ding likes his position. I think he agrees with you very much. We have f3 on the board. And, well, first of all, black has no worries about any of his pieces anymore, right? So this is a big, big, big thing compared to 4 moves ago. And yes, all the things what you've said, it is very valid that now the double pawn on b2, b3, it's something that white has to look after during the whole game, right? I think white has to be active, and I would be just happy to be with the black side. Probably it's easier to play it with black side. That's the thing, and it matters whether how easy it is to play. It's also another thing which I think it's not on Gukesh's favor, that it's not very tactical, and you cannot make it too tactical for the moment. It became very strategical situation now, and placing to the best squares your pieces. I don't like the h2 bishop after rook h8, because at some point I will have to move it, so I don't have a very nice outpost for my bishop. At the same time, also my other bishop, I'm not so happy yet. I would love to have my bishop on g4. Then I would be very happy to play it with white. But of course, time moves matter. Like, can white go replace and regroup his bishop to g4? Let's say starting with bishop h3, which doesn't look very nice, having both of your bishop on h2 and h3 on the h file, because I think black probably just moves away with his knight to g7, and suddenly I have to give up one of my bishops to exchange it. So I'm not sure white is in time to get the best placement for his pieces. This is the biggest problem I have for white.
And Ding Liren just returned to the board as you finished your thought there, Judith. You said that it feels easier to play for black. Ding Liren, he got up from his chair. We know that he's actually been pretty much glued to it. I mean, in that first game of the match, he didn't leave it for over 4 hours, and I think it was the right time for him to stretch his legs if there ever was going to be one. And you see that there. It brought up, just as I said, at 4 hours and 7 minutes is the amount of time Ding Liren did not leave his chair. That's impressive determination. I think my legs would fall asleep and I would just feel restless and have to get up. But for Ding Liren, the world champion for a reason, he seems rejuvenated, Judah, and you see him looking at the position right now, taking into account everything that we've been talking about. The open H file looks very promising for black. Knight G7, rerouting this knight. You can do that at the moment, hitting this bishop on H2. And one of the longer term issues that white has, it's not even just the double isolated B pawns, it's also this pawn on G5. When you push your pawns forward, they often become harder to protect and easier to attack. So with a knight G7, knight E6 maneuver, and a bishop E7, just simple development, Judah, we could see that G5 pawn get under fire quite quickly. So I know there's a ton of life in this position, and Gukesh will have his chances to be active. I mean, F3 hints at an E4 push at some point, but I have to say that the static nature, static elements of this position, I should say, to my eyes, definitely favor Ding Liren, and it is no longer that tactical, as you said, Judith. It feels like the technical phase is beginning, and with Ding Liren's vast experience, not losing a game in 100 straight contests, and just the skill he's shown over the years to skyrocket over 2,800, number 2 in the world for quite a while, he might be thinking about this game, Jude, and saying, wow, the position I have right now, this is one that he could only have dreamed of.
I'm not sure he was dreaming of this, but I guess he's happy with that. At the same time, after F3, it may become very concrete. Because actually, if white would be on move, then E4 and the black C2 bishop again, we could say that it's in trouble, I guess. So now it's a question how black is reacting. Because, for example, if black would be going back to F5 with the bishop, that is also not necessarily a good move, or I'm not sure it's the best, because white goes immediately E4. And if black would be just going back with the bishop on E6, then white would capture on D5, takes a knight B5. So suddenly things are getting concrete again, because the knight C7 seems to be a very unpleasant move in the next move. So now black has to think concretely again, not only strategically, how is he going to be replacing his pieces. Then there's another question. Black can think, instead of going back with the bishop, to go bishop G7, for example, immediately counterattack on the D4 pawn. So what is white going to be doing? Is he going to play E3, or is he going to, or can he go anyway, rook C1 and E4 to be very aggressive? And E4.
Ooh, we could get the type of position, Judith, where there's now going to be a material imbalance. I mean, is bishop takes D4 possible at all? Like, what happens here if you take on D4, giving up your bishop? And I was wondering first about bishop takes G1, but now that we're here and I can pause for a second, can I also move my knight first to G7 to hit your bishop on H2 with your rook on G1 under attack as well? Or is that maybe like rook G2 to save everything?
I think rook G2 is possible. Of course, black has some compensation, great knight on F5, but I believe that white is still should be better there. So you see, again, immediately we got into some tactics and some concrete lines. But also what I want to say that after bishop G7, even if you don't have very concrete lines, in one hand it gives some extra for black developing move, attacking on D4, but it takes away the opportunity for the black knight to go back to G7. So after all, maybe you want to keep that space for the knight. Or black can start with knight G7, that's also possible. Start attacking the bishop on H2 and asking questions, where are you going to be moving? Or I mean, I think rook g2 is not necessarily too good because already after that, black can go bishop f5. So bishop h3 is something which can be unpleasant for white, I think.
Agreed completely. And so if you move your bishop, I think f4 doesn't make much sense because you invite knight e6 with tempo, amongst other things. If you go to g3, I'm wondering, can black start going after this g5 pawn? I know e4 was one of those big ideas for white, but I don't think you have time to get away with it. Just the g5 pawn is loose. And if we just try to go for the same plan with rook c1, bishop f5, and pawn to e4, I think you do have bishop e6, and after e takes, maybe bishop takes d5, because all these positions that you were correctly pointing out, knight b5 was really frustrating to deal with. I'm just wondering, this position, yes, white gets the two bishops. There is a bit of open space on this board, but again, the static weaknesses in this position, there are many of them that white will have to deal with, but the open c file could come in handy, and a bishop b5 at the right moment. It's actually quite a messy position.
Yes, indeed. So after g5, there are suddenly many new dimensions to the game because of this f5 square. And also that the bishop is not necessarily standing so stable on g3. If the pawn would be on g4, then the white bishop would be very comfortable on g3, right? But now I feel that the bishop on h2 can somehow be in a place where it doesn't feel so comfortable and so safe. Maybe f2 would be the best place for the bishop, I think, to cover some important h4 square, and also defending the d4, and possibly after pushing pawns e4, it can be somewhat comfortable, especially if the knight is already moved back to g7, e6, or f5.
I'm totally with you there, Judith. I just want to go back before this move g5 from white. I just, the positions we were looking at, which were super complicated, not easy to work through, but if you could give Gukesh a take back to get to this position where we were looking at something with bishop e4, bishop h7, this looks much more appealing, I would think, to the players and definitely to me than what we have in the game, at least when you think about this from Gukesh's perspective. So it does seem like he had a position that he wanted. He prepared it. He's following that Crumnick game against Aragaisi. Now that we're here, it's like, that was the analysis board on the big board. But if we put the live position on the big board, I mean, black does have just so many more plans that were not available earlier. An open file that black has control of. Some weaknesses on d4 and g5. Judith, I know that there's plenty to go in this game, and Ding Liren, he is down on the clock, so he might have to make a flurry of moves without thinking too much to play them. But I'm looking at this position and I'm wondering, is Gukesh going to be able to buckle in, strap that seatbelt, and say, if I need to calm the position down, I'm going to do it just then? Or maybe he's relying on the notion that he should be better because it was his preparation, and it doesn't really look like he's done much wrong. And so it's not to say that black is anywhere, even we won't even call it better. It just feels a little bit more natural to play from the black side for me.
Yes, I also think that, black has more opportunities and more ideas to choose from. Makes it also more difficult in some ways to play it, because I think suddenly, compared to 3 moves ago, now black is not the question how I rescue the bishop from c2, but now the question is that I feel I have a good position. I feel I improved compared to the last few moves what I had. So now I have new aims. My aim is how to optimize my pieces. Should I go back to f5, e6? Should I be replacing my... So now he has a dilemma of, I feel that I have quite a few interesting ideas to choose from. So there is a different problem for Ding right now that he feels, and of course we all feel that it's a complex game. It's, of course, you can say that you played with this color, that color. Yeah, there are more weaknesses. Basically, there are much more weaknesses for white, right? And we can visualize it, that if the knight comes to f5, the h file also can be very beneficial for black. And we didn't even talk about the bishop from f8, where it can come to b4, where it stands very well. Also, we were talking about having the bishop on g7. So black has much more plans at the moment. White has one straight plan. It's e4. Can you do something in the center? Can you put pressure on black in the center? But also after e4, the d4 pawn can be vulnerable. And the question is after e4 also, what white wants, because you just showed a line where if white captures on d5, it's also not so simple. Because, I mean, that pawn on g5 and g4, that's a huge difference. There it is standing. Too many squares were given away for white.
That's always the case. When you push a pawn, think about what squares you've just handed over to your opponent. And we now see that Ding Liren, he's on the clock. He's considering his options. John, I know you've been eagerly watching the action here, seeing how the last few moves have gone. And now that we're here, Gukesh, healthy lead on the clock still. Ding Liren's position improving, but will he have enough time to work through future consequences and complications? I mean, just such an exciting round here in the third game of the match.
Thank you very much, Robert, Judith. It certainly is. The World Championship has not disappointed so far, and my thoughts echo basically what you just said, where I know we were sort of in this position in round number one, but we have, 23 moves to play and 35 minutes left on the clock, and Ding is still thinking. I get that we can blitz out some moves. Gukesh played a move with 1 second left on the clock in game number one, but at some point, the time pressure is going to start telling, so hopefully he'll have prepared the next sequence of moves fairly quickly. Otherwise, we may see some more twists and turns in this game yet. So very exciting for us watching online and for the people who are behind the one-way glass watching live in Singapore. But this isn't the only live event that you can be associating yourself with. You can even get tickets to attend yourself if you haven't already. I'm talking, of course, about the Champions Chess Tour Finals, which are live and in person with 8 of chess's greatest titans, including Magnus, Ali Reza, and MVL. They're going to be in Oslo from December the 17th to the 21st, and you are invited into the room. So along with high stakes and high caliber action over the board, your ticket also includes perks like hand and brain chess, simmels, photo opportunities with the players, and a whole bunch more. If you fancy yourself being there in person, use !CCT finals in chat or visit go.chess.com/CCT finals 24 and secure your tickets now. Folks, we are continuing to settle in for this long think. How much time will Ding Liren have left on his clock after the next couple of moves? Time control is starting to become the third player in this game. We'll be right back after a few minutes.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number one Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
So then, let me say this. Do you think the match will be close? And if so, what do you think the score will be? You go first.
No, I don't think it will be close. But of course, Ding still makes his moves. And Gukesh will be nervous. But I think Gukesh will win like +3 or something. So with a couple games to go, it will be over.
Okay. So you don't think it's going the distance? No time.
Not full. No.
Okay.
How many games is World Championship?
I think it's 14
keeps changing
now,
every time.
It's been changed back to 14.
14?
Yeah.
So I think first few games will be draw. Like let's say first 3 will be draw. And then Gukesh will... Actually, Gukesh can lose also one of the games because he's a bit ambitious and it can happen. But in general, I feel like once he scores his first win, he'll just get the momentum and then keep scoring. So I don't know the final score, but +2, +3, I don't know.
You also don't think it's going the distance? Not a tiebreaker?
No tiebreaker. I think it will be decided in classical chess.
Okay. What activity do you think you would beat Gukesh in that's not chess? Like for sure, like without even knowing anything, that you just think you're hands down the favorite over him.
Wow. For really, this dancing, obviously, was for me.
Same questions come to you, so start thinking.
Well, I think anything else. I don't know. No. But I'm also not very good at I haven't played much any other games or no, sports is not also something I'm much better than him. I mean, maybe okay, table tennis. Maybe I don't know. I'm okay at table tennis. Yeah. I don't know how he is. Maybe.
If I have to pick sport, then for sure badminton, basketball, two sports where I know I'll beat him, or anything which is like physical. It requires physical strength.
Wrestling, just wrestling, arm wrestling. He just wants to beat up poor little
challenge, or
he just wants to beat up a little Gukesh. Wow, nasty.
All right, what activity do you think Ding Liren would be better than you in besides chess?
Probably some Chinese board game. He must be very good at some kind of Chinese chess. Yeah, some Chinese card game, some whatever they have. They have these things, this backgammon. I don't know, different ones they have. Yes, that for sure. Yeah. Also, he's way more knowledgeable on poetry and music, I think. So anything, any kind of pop quiz type thing.
Trivia related.
Yes, you'd crush me.
What do you think?
I don't know actually. I don't know. I mean, if
you don't think Ding Liren could beat you at anything?
I mean, if I'm given time to prepare, then no.
Like nothing.
No.
Okay, I love that.
Welcome back, everybody, to round 3 of the FIDE World Chess Championship. We're about to get back into the action. Knight G7 has been played on the chessboard, but before we do, we are going to be checking out Mike Klein, who's got a live interview with Ashwat Kaushik, who is the youngest ever player to beat a grandmaster over the board. Let's go ahead and check out what they had to say.
Thanks, guys. Well, we're here with kind of Singapore chess royalty, 9-year-old Ashwat Kaushik. And if that name means something to you, it's because when he was 8 years old, he became the youngest player ever to beat a grandmaster. So Ashwat, thanks for taking the time to talk with us.
Thank you.
Now you're coming up, you're playing soon in the Singapore Open. You're going to play against a lot of titled players. What are your expectations for that tournament?
I'm going to try my best and play to win.
All right, well, you've already made it above 2,000 at one point in your career. You got to make the ceremonial first move in the first game. What was that experience like?
I walked with Ding and it was really nice, and I had to walk a bit fast because it's a World Championship match, game 1, so I had to walk a bit fast to reach the board.
And Ding is a tall guy. Does he also walk fast?
Yeah.
Okay, but you kept up with him. Now tell us, who are you rooting for in the match?
Gukesh.
Why is that?
Because his style, he plays really aggressive and I like aggressive.
Okay, well, I don't know if Gukesh is going to watch this interview, but do you have some advice for him how to, get back in this match?
Take a deep breath and don't get that upset. Just go and don't, in an equal position, do not just manufacture win after one loss. Just play for a draw, so you solidify, and the next round go to win.
All right, well, there you go, Gukesh. You have a new member of your team. I understand you're on chess.com and you're on ChessKid, near and dear to my heart. What's your favorite thing to do online?
Oh, I just play rapid games and blitz games, mostly rapid, and I just play and learn new openings.
Okay, finally, we're going to get you out of here with one more very important question. Just in case Magnus Carlsen is watching this interview, you haven't had a chance to meet him yet. Tell Magnus whatever you want to say to him in case he's watching. Put down the golf clubs and come to the tournament, right?
Yeah.
Well, there you go. The world's youngest ever player to beat a grandmaster. You did it, I don't know, like a decade before I was able to. Ashwat Kaushik, listen for that name. Singapore chess on the rise. This young man's on the rise. Magnus, put down the golf clubs and come see us. Now back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Mike, and thank you, Ashwath, for that lovely interview. Judith, Robert, I don't know about you guys, but when someone is talking on camera and the phrase, "Oh, so at this point in your career, you've achieved this," and they're 9 years old, it makes me feel like I've done absolutely nothing with my life. Absolutely amazing stuff. Really great interview. And Judith, you are fairly familiar with extraordinary achievements at a young age, but that really is something.
Yes, he's a very cute boy, and it seems like he's very talented. Well, I was pretty good when I was 9 years old, but these days you're just seeing lots of kids coming into chess. They love the game. They're playing online. They're competing, and they're just so hungry and passionate about the game, which is lovely to see.
Right, well, let's get back to the action because a fair amount has gone on. Knight G7 was found during the break, but we've had developments since then. So, Robert, Judith, this is getting pretty exciting. Back over to you.
Thanks so much, John. And as we just saw, the youngster was giving advice. If it's an equal position, don't overdo it. Don't try to play for a win. You can't be results oriented. But this is too early to call any of that. The last move played here, Judith, was a mistake from Liren. We see the question mark, and the only proper reply that gives white the upper hand is this move e4, f3, indicated that e4 would be next. But I just want to backtrack just one move here because rook h5 is a question mark. I just want to point out what a better move would have been from Liren. And in this position, I do think that bishop e7, just going right after this g5 pawn, that would have been a little bit more precise. It stops this e4 plan because g5 would fall and the knight would be under attack. So you just force white to be a little bit careful here. And the lines that we did look at, Judith, rook c1, bishop f5, and e4, white does get some activity, but ultimately black does have a healthy position. It's going to be a mixed bag, chances for both sides. But Judith, in the game position, rook h5 played, and now that blue arrow, it appears e4 gives white an advantage.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that the game is getting ups and downs as we see, and of course it's not so easy at the board to get along and understand all these details, especially when before the break we were discussing that at this point Dink has and had a different challenge, not to find the best move to rescue his bishop, but actually to find the best move from the different alternatives, because there are different tempting moves. And in principle, rook h5 is a logical move, immediately attacking the g5 pawn, and also probably planning to bring the knight to e6 to attack even from more directions. At the same time, it might be the case that it becomes extremely critical and very concrete. And after all, we still have the bishop on c2, right? At some point, it may get in trouble still. So we also discussed that e4 is the move of the position. That's the only move. That's the only key element of this position for white. That's the only thing what white is playing for, to gain some space and break the center and push back the bishop from c2. So the question is, obviously we should be looking e4 first. Rook c1 also something to consider, but then bishop f5, and actually maybe also it can be a reason why Dink might have played rook h5, because after rook h5 the black bishop goes back to f5. Also bishop h3 is possible already, because having the rook on h8, then rook h1 is a pin. So this could be also kind of a plan for a later stage. Of course, after e4 I think bishop h3 is not the best because the d5 is hanging. But just a general thought I wanted to share that the h5 rook is protected, so it can be sometimes very useful. But, well, here I guess bishop e6 would be the natural continuation, defending everything on the d5, so the center is very stable. So maybe we go back and really observe e4, what black can do against the bishop trap. So of course rook g5 is the first one to think of.
I guess just go for the bishop, show no fear.
Yeah, the question is asking questions. Where is your bishop going?
I wish I had an answer. I do feel it's rhetorical, and I think it's trapped.
But maybe the bar is giving you this sign. That's why you think. Maybe there is something else, right? I don't see exactly how to save this bishop.
Yeah, and it's interesting because in the live board to the right of us, we see that it's actually kind of hovering in the middle. So white is slightly better. So we don't want to pretend like suddenly white is winning after rook h5. But e4 trapping the bishop. I mean, it's clear that Liren didn't just overlook this move. He knew it was coming, but he has something in store. So rook takes g5. It doesn't appear to work because of rook c1. What other move candidates are there? You could take on e4. I'm not sure I love the look of it at first, but it's always a move we can throw in if we need. And what else here, Judith?
Knight e6, I think, which comes to mind, but I'm a bit worried for black if the position is opening up. Like after e takes d5, knight d4, there's another idea to play rook c1. But yeah, after ed knight d4, I thought... No, maybe instead of ed, rook c1 has to be played, and after knight d4, bishop f2. That should be the first try to check.
So you're removing the guard by getting this knight out the way so the bishop falls. What if I protect this knight with like
bishop c5?
Yeah.
I thought of knight a4. Can that work?
Knight a4 going after the bishop. Looks so confusing to me, this position. I mean, first of all, black already has one pawn.
But now maybe knight f3.
Exactly what I was going to say. So what Jude and I are on the same wavelength about is knight takes f3 check. So you take a second pawn, give up your knight. You trade bishops on f2. And after king takes, you just play bishop takes e4. And black has 3 pawns for the sacrificed piece. So Jude, when you look at this position, we see the evaluation bar is right in the middle. So this material is a balance, 3 pawns for a knight. That's an equal trade. But with the evaluation bar being right in the middle, which side would you take? Would you rather have the extra piece or the 3 pawns and the black side here?
Well, it's a good question. I think the position is pretty balanced, but you have to be accurate. I mean, you can go wrong with either side very easily. Because what is black's plan? Of course, if black can bring his king to d6, king e7, king d6, I can bring my rook on h8 or e8, some of the open files, and I can stay very active, even exchanging on f3 and then bring my knight to e5 into the center. Black has a fantastic position, I think. It's much more difficult to play it with white.
I'm with you. I mean, the remaining pawns for black are healthy and defended. The remaining pawns for white, they're all still a bit loose in the position. So I think that black would be stable here and feeling pretty good. But I guess, you know, the position still has so many possibilities. We're talking about knight a4 as one option, right? This knight a4 move in this position. But I guess there's something even better because it went from slightly better for white to just about level. So tactics galore at this stage, and there's nobody better, at least nobody I would prefer to look at them with than you, Judith. I mean, knight a4, definitely a good move candidate and a strong move. Is there something else somehow that gives white the upper hand?
Well, I think there are quite a few opportunities. First of all, maybe just bishop takes d4, takes, and rook g2. I mean, the c2 bishop, I know that it's the protagonist of this game so far. We talk about c2 bishop non-stop. But I hope for Ding that we can still talk about it.
You know, it's funny, Judith, because I kind of thought, I'm giving up my dark squared bishop from the white side. That has to be bad, but I did forget the bishop is trapped nonetheless. So this is very direct. And why is it only slightly better for white? Because if that bishop falls and you only get 2 pawns rather than 3, shouldn't that lead to a real advantage for Gukesh?
Yeah, that's a good question. How black can continue to look for counter chances here.
Maybe it's because white's pawns are just so bad. Like, let's say we just give up our bishop in this way. Take on b3, knight takes, d4, fe4. The remaining pawns here are all isolated, perhaps quite attackable. And even your idea, king e7, rook h8. I mean, this doesn't look like a position that's terrible for black, but it's clear that white is the side for choice.
Exactly. You would play it from the white side. This is the only thing. It's not winning for white, but it's you who plays for the win. Small material advantage. I mean, the knight on b3 does not stand too well. That's true, but still white is better.
For sure. I mean, this is just one of those positions where instead of 3 pawns, you've only given up 2. So you count the small wins here if you are Gukesh. So this means that Ding Liren, he may not, even at the end of this variation, be in the worst shape. But Judith, it means that time has played a part because rook h5 was played. He decided to bring the rook up to attack this g5 pawn, but he had a better position, and now he's going to be the side that needs to prove that he can hold.
Yes, I'm very curious what Ding has in mind. What was he preparing against e4? And of course, Gukesh is very careful to try to understand that what is really going on. He has a huge time advantage. For the moment, he's spending already 11 minutes thinking what is really going on in this position. But as we all know, his calculation is really superb. So, and I don't really think that he has another move to choose from.
It's quite direct. I mean, the variation that you were just pointing out there on e4 has been played. So it's Ding Liren on the back foot. And look at that, knight e6, the only move for black that allows him to maintain the approximate balance, slightly better for white. We're just looking at some of the variations, but he can't even throw in a pawn takes e4, which could be tempting in some positions. So Ding Liren, he sits up, he's looking at the position, but Judith, I mean, we are on move 19. He has just over 1 minute per move to make, does Ding Liren. Some of the forcing decisions will be good for him in the sense that it gets him closer to move 40 and gaining that additional time, but he's going to be down a piece for just a couple pawns.
Well, what I see now that Ding is really uncomfortable. It's interesting that sometimes I have the feeling that it's so clear, the body language they do. I mean, look at that. In the last 1 minute, it's like completely non-stop movement by Ding. I think he just, I don't know if he just completely underestimated the move or it was a blackout or what, because, I mean, after this, it seems to me that it is going to be some material down for Ding.
Really, really do not like his position. And this is, I guess I don't fully understand what he missed exactly or what he was aiming for. Of course, I'm not trying to criticize the world champion, who's such a phenomenal player, but just when it seemed like the worst was behind him, he immediately left his bishop on c2 to get trapped. I mean, it is in a vulnerable spot and has been. And I think it's a bad side, Judith, when you make a move like rook h5, it's met by the principled reply with e4, and then now you're back thinking, because it shows that he wasn't fully expecting this. Maybe he underestimated it, but his bishop on c2 is trapped.
I think he just simply blundered, you know?
Wow. Normally I would be hesitant to say that, but looking at his reaction and considering that he's in trouble, I would be inclined to agree with you. You seem speechless, Judith.
Yeah. Yes, because it's a very painful moment for black. I mean, until now it was interesting. You can do this. I mean, knight g7 was something that you can go knight g7. You can go bishop f5. You had different alternatives, not so much, but some alternatives. And here again, he had different alternatives, and somehow I think he played also pretty fast this move rook h5, right? Or what? How much was he thinking on that?
Not much at all. I mean, play that move incredibly quickly.
So there is something happened here. Of course, it's not going to be so easy. I mean, the line which we looked after knight e6, there will be a fight. But this c2 bishop, I don't see it can be rescued anymore.
Right, and it's one of those moments in a chess game where we're not saying that, okay, Ding Liren's just lost, it's hopeless, none of that. I mean, this is going to be a fight, and he will have very good chances to hold on, but it went from him pressing for an advantage to him immediately being worse. And sometimes these are the decisions in chess that sting the most. It's of course, you never want to lose a game, but when you just make a one-move mistake that is uncharacteristic of the world champion, I mean, Ding Liren, we know how strong he can be in the technical phase. It was just a complete oversight. Like, he forgot that his bishop is now entombed in enemy territory. It's going to be swarmed and won, and the best he can do is gain 2, and if he's fortunate, a 3rd pawn after the sequence, starting with the blue arrow. The only move, and he makes a mistake here. He took on e4 first, Judith, so it's not just one, but a second mistake. And what do you think he's aiming for by taking first on e4?
Well, let's see if it's really a mistake which followed the previous mistake. He went f takes and knight e6.
Okay, so you know what it changes, Judith? In some of those lines with the knight a4 idea from the white side, there was knight takes pawn on f3 to check.
Exactly.
That pawn is no longer there. So he's going to still, Ding Liren, gain 2 pawns for his bishop. Maybe in some variations he might even get a 3rd if he's fortunate. But it does feel like more of an open position, which is good for the minor pieces. And white will have an extra minor piece, and black will have several pawns for it.
But what do you think about maybe after rook c1, black is not taking on d4, but capturing rook takes g5, and after rook c2 to play knight d4 with the tempo?
Okay, well, let's bring up an analysis board so we can dive into the details, because it is such a critical moment, as evidenced by the blue arrow. So rook c1, you were saying give up the bishop with rook takes g5?
Yeah, rook takes g5.
So
rook
c2.
c2. Somehow you should be deleting this bar on the side, it's discouraging. Now it's friendly. What, rook c2 was a bad move or what?
Yes, that has to be the case. I mean, that's so ridiculous, right? You're looking
but
at
maybe,
this position.
Maybe knight f3 was the killer.
Ooh, knight f3 available to hit this rook, and somehow...
No, then rook g3 and bishop b3. No. Maybe I'm still okay.
The bishop survives, because knight d2 looks like it's good, but then
d4.
knight takes d4 finally helps out. This is just such a wild position. And so, okay, so we're saying that rook takes g5.
No, the problem is probably after rook g5. Sorry, bishop f2.
Sometimes simple chess is best.
Simple chess is painful.
Just protect the rook, offer a trade, protect the pawn on d4. The bishop isn't going anywhere, and this is a very important lesson to everybody watching, that I know it's tempting, and I was tempted to just take a piece that was seemingly free. But if the bishop is trapped, and that's what we keep talking about, the bishop is trapped, you can actually spend a turn to make sure everything else is defended before getting that bishop. And it's only going to be 2 pawns for that piece, and Judith's not enough here.
Okay, I'm keep trying, okay? So instead of rook g5, I'm going to take knight takes d4.
Okay, so rook c1,
rook c1, knight takes d4. You go bishop f2. I go bishop g7, not bishop c5. What a great place on g7.
Simple defense, you're saying? Okay, so just to point out, your point is that bishop takes, removing the guard. This rook on g1 is under attack, so you do not have time to take this bishop on c2. And if the rook moves, we get our third pawn for the lost piece, and this feels like a
Bishop
position after
E3.
bishop E3. Exactly. We get G5 and 3 pawns. That feels like sufficient compensation.
Yeah, black is fine.
Okay, so I saw the bar before, so I know that bishop takes d4 was not correct. But what alternative comes to mind here? Is it no?
Well,
is
you
it like
can make a prophylactical move playing rook G2 or rook G3, but then I think knight bishop B3 and we are transposing.
Exactly, we transpose. So I'm just because I know that there must be a weird tactic. Does knight E2? I mean, this is the most counterintuitive chess, and I'm aided by the fact that the bar is very high in white's favor. So I'm again removing the guard of this bishop on C2. What a weird and unorthodox way to play chess. And I mean, if this is the move that Ding missed, it makes so much more sense now. Knight E2, the only move apparently to keep white with the advantage.
This is a very nasty move, you know that.
I mean, it's ridiculous.
Very nasty, because after knight E2, bishop E2, and it's not only that my bishop is trapped on C2, but you're even attacking my rook at the same time. So game is completely over right now.
I can't believe it, Judith. Knight E2, like undeveloping. If we just go before the capture, white's pieces, they all look quite cramped over here, and white is actually down a pawn for the time being, and yet it's this trapped bishop. That has been the problem. It remains the problem, and it won't remain the problem for long because it's actually just going to be taken from this board. So, Judith,
well, here, of course, still black will not resign. Even in such a position, I would go knight E6 back and capture the G5. But I understand that it's not the fun part for black. So let's try to fix it.
Let's try to fix it. How, I think, is the
to move
big
back.
question.
To move back until the live position. So here, rook C1.
Yes. Rook C1, and I am taking on D4, but we don't have to.
So we checked rook G5. We checked knight D4.
Yeah. Looks not ideal. Well, I have a question for you, Judith. Okay, knight d4. I'm not going to give up just like you taught me. Don't give up. Fight on. So we talking about bishop g7. There's this weird knight e2. Yes. Can I play bishop c5? I know you're going to play knight a4, I think. Is that where you're aiming? Or
yes, let's go knight a4.
Because there is no more pawn on f3. That was the third pawn that black was getting. But can I try to get tactical with knight e5 to f3? Get one of these forks in here.
The problem is you can, but after knight c5, you're going to give that check, takes, king e2, takes, and the c2 bishop is still in trouble.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Rook takes g5?
Bishop e3.
And now I'll give up my rook for this knight. And what does this look like to you? Where how many? I have 3 pawns for a bishop. Does this look like a position where black could maybe hold, or you just think that with the 2 bishops and a rook there will be attacking chances that white can use?
Well, I think the big question is whether with my rook from c1 can I reach to e7 or no.
I can do that again. Remember earlier I showed him I can cheat for you here. Oof. Yeah, I don't like this at all. I mean, it's clear that white just plays for a win with no risk.
Yeah, exactly. It's like either completely winning or just little winning. But it should be winning.
It's just a little winning. Yeah, it doesn't matter how winning we are as long as the job is done. So, in all seriousness, though, Judith, if we go back to the live position, we're talking about all these variations, and in some of them, black does get a 3rd pawn for the piece, but it still may not be enough. I mean, Ding Liren, he has to rely on some kind of fortunate tactic from here on out. And as we see the feature chat, Gukesh has a lot of time. He will find it. Rook c1, the only move that keeps white ahead, in charge, because what else really is there at this stage besides?
Well, bishop f2 is also a sensible move, but probably after that knight f4 and comes to d3. Is that the problem?
Yes, good call by you. Just
and after rook g3, rook h1.
Ooh, and suddenly there are big problems for white. Now we're not talking about a trapped bishop on c2. We're talking about a king on e1 that's in the line of fire. That doesn't look good.
Well, basically, if you don't see knight e2, that's the only problem which can be for white. Like,
and I want
after
to
rook
be
c1.
clear, it's a hard move to find. Knight e2 is something we have the evaluation bar, so it led me to think of what could it possibly be. But I mean, from a distance, that's like a really, really, really difficult move to spot.
It is, but if you play the world championship match and you want to be the world champion, this is the least you should be doing to find knight e2, right?
I just want to show what we're talking about. In this forcing sequence, knight takes d4, bishop f2, get out of here, bishop g7 defending, and knight e2. I want to verify, so I'm going to look, and it is the only move. Yes, every other move that white can play that's second, third best is equal, where we see this bishop on c2 is going to be captured, but black gets a third pawn. But knight e2, the only move that leads to a serious advantage for white, but whether or not it's a winning advantage, that's the next question.
Yeah, it's interesting that, of course, some of these ideas you may not find because you stop calculating. So this is the question, whether when Gukesh is calculating rook c1, knight d4, bishop f2, bishop g7, obviously the first move he will calculate is bishop takes d4, which we did also to capture, the rook moves away, still the bishop is trapped, but then it can sacrifice on b3, bishop e3, so it's a long line. Of course, Gukesh is calculating this, no question about that. And the question is whether he starts calculating the other options instead of rook c1, after rook c1, knight d4, or can he stop in every single moment and look for new alternatives? Because this is the only problem can be that after bishop f2, bishop g7, he just goes all the way. And actually, in game one, we had a very interesting similarity to this, because I don't know how much you remember, of course you've seen the game, but how much you can recall that there was a moment where it was 2 pawns up already for Ding, and there was this moment when Gukesh played queen c2, and bishop c5 was the most natural move. So I think everybody, not only top grandmasters, masters, would play bishop c5 instantly without thinking too much, but he had this idea, queen takes g4, and there was a beautiful tactical idea, which Danya just pointed out in a fraction of a second, this queen h7, which of course Gukesh was also calculating. And he found the reaction, which I pointed out during the commentary, queen d4, deflecting the bishop, and it doesn't work out. And actually there, Gukesh made this mistake. Instead of making the bishop c5, which is the best move, and it's intuitively also the best move, the only thing is that after that, this sacrifice didn't work, but he could play rook f3 or bishop queen c2, where he could have a great compensation. But because he just went all the way bishop g5, bishop c5, queen h7, and this concrete line did not work, he somehow did not look for something else instead of this sacrifice, but he went queen c2, and actually that was the end of the game in a few moves for him. So this is a question here, if I pull a parallel, that is he going to go calculating all the way, bishop d4, rook g2, bishop b3, what we just seen, and then he says, okay, this line doesn't work, or he's going to go for knight e2, and rook c1 is on the board. But I have the feeling... Sorry.
Judith, sorry. No, I was saying he might answer that question very soon, because rook c1 is clearly step one. And interestingly, Ding hasn't responded yet. So I feel like Ding needs to speed up a bit, not just because of the clock, but I mean, in terms of his chances here. I mean, the fact that he keeps slowing down after every turn, I don't feel like he is particularly happy with the recent turn of events, and how could he be? He is going to be down a piece for 2 and maximum 3 pawns.
So let me ask you the question. If I ask you, what do you think will be the outcome of this game? Ding wins, draws, or Gukesh wins?
Well, chat, that was Judith asking you to get involved and let us know what you think is going to happen. Do you think that Gukesh is going to win the game and even up the scoreboard, or will Ding Liren hold on? I'm, of course, not taking a win for Ding into account because given the current dynamics, that looks like not even a dream, just it's a parallel universe. Not even parallel, like you have to throw him into an alternate universe to win this game. But I mean, to answer your question, Judith, I think it really depends on how quickly Ding plays the next couple turns, more than anything. Like, the moves will matter, no doubt, but he right now has 21 minutes and 30 seconds to make pretty much half of the moves of the time control. And that means 1 minute per move, Judith. I mean, you can easily slip in a position that, quote unquote, should be a hold and then lose on the spot because you do not have time to calculate, and this will be difficult.
Well, I believe there can be equalizing the match before the free day.
Seems most likely. And Gukesh on the clock now. Bishop f2. I mean, we have been going through these variations, and Judith, Bishop f2 played, and I think here comes the critical moment. I mean, will Bishop g7 be played? Will Bishop c5 be played? Both moves protect that knight on d4. And for Gukesh, I think he will spot knight to e2, because once you're in the live position and you're feeling good about your chances, then you can spot it much more easily rather than several steps ahead.
Well, the big question is, what is really the best move in defense for black, right? Because, of course, you would play bishop g7, so to give a little chance that your opponent doesn't find knight e2, which I think there is a very slim chance that Gukesh will not play knight e2. He has to play knight e2. I mean, there is no way he will not find it.
I believe you, and I believe in Gukesh's calculation abilities. He has paused for a moment, but knight e2, I mean, here it comes. And if that knight e2 move is played and we see a retreat, it's just one step back to make sure that you have an advantage here to win the bishop on c2. Judith's been the problem piece all day, all game for Ding Liren. And after knight e2, that bishop really is not getting out, and black is just getting a couple pawns and has many problems in the resulting position.
Well, my question is, of course, that after knight e2, what will be the choice of Ding? How to continue? I would think that he's going to go back to e6 and collect the d5 pawn. Black has some very good stable squares in his position, like the square e5 is very stable and very comfy for his knight. His pieces are going to be great. The only problem is that one is missing.
I like the way you phrase that. Yeah, some great squares, great pieces. You just happen to be down a pretty important bishop. So,
some things go wrong sometimes, small details.
I like your optimism because I feel quite pessimistic about Ding's position. But you have such experience playing the best players in the world, and when you know your worth, as Ding Liren does right now, he is going to be down a piece for a couple pawns. Do you feel like he believes that if he digs deep that he can survive this game, or do you get the sense that maybe he feels like it's already past that point of no return?
If he thinks that he has no chance, it doesn't matter whether he plays on or not, he will lose the game. If he believes a little bit that, okay, I'm fighting on, I make the best moves, probably I have little chance, but I don't give up, then at least he has some chance to save the game. So you have to believe in yourself and in your position, that you're not sitting just there to waste your time and just make more moves. Of course, it happens when there is a very painful loss. It can happen that you sit there, you make moves, and somehow you try to digest it. So you collect your strength and energy to be able to resign, to go to the press conference, to reach your room, because that seems to be a very long way from here on in some cases. But he has to think of something, how he's going to be still fighting on and still have some hope in it. But of course, it must be frustrated the situation that actually he got so optimistic he got this chance after g5 that he had different options, and he just blundered basically. He forgot about his c2 bishop. He thought after g5 he can get back anytime. And knight e2 is on the board.
Huge find from Gukesh. The youngster trails by a point in this match. It is early, but this could help him even up the score. He drinks water. That's how you know he's feeling good about his position. And now it's up to Ding Liren to find some quick moves in succession to give himself hopes of surviving, because he is down to 20 minutes. He needs to reach move 40 to gain some time on the clock, but he's in trouble on the board, on the clock. And Judith, the match has been going his way thus far, but this third game, definitely not at the moment.
Not exactly. Indeed, this is not the right moment to ask how Ding is doing in this game. And of course, I have the feeling that knight e2 is the move which was blundered by him. Knight b3.
Okay, it looks like that knight takes b3 was just as good as some of the other options, where you are only getting 2 pawns for your lost piece. And you see Gukesh there from the vantage point of a piece. Now it's Ding Liren's turn, and he snaps that knight off the board. Knight takes d2. So as we see some trades happen, the good news for Ding is quick moves. He's getting close to the time control. The bad news, he's down a piece. And I have to ask you, Judith, we see the chat, 57%. The number is growing for people believing in Gukesh's chances to win game 3. When you look at this position, objectively speaking, do you feel like Black has some decent chances to survive here? Or do you feel like, just huge trouble and in all likelihood, Gukesh is just going to win?
Gukesh has to win. This is the story, I think. If he wants to become a world champion, he has to win this game. He can.
That's a big statement.
Yeah, because you don't have so many chances to collect points, and this is too much of an opportunity to not to win. I mean, it's a huge thing. If Ding saves this game, I think definitely he increases much more his chances that he's going to be defending his title. I know it's only game 3, I know, but that's how I feel that Gukesh has to equalize the match right now from this position.
I love a bold statement, and in all honesty, it may not be that sort of out of line to say that, because for Gukesh, this is his second game with the white pieces. If he fails to win this advantage, where objectively speaking it is not winning, there will be plenty of chances left for Ding Liren to fight on. You see the evaluation bar to the left of the board. It is significantly better for white, but still there is a lot left to prove for Gukesh, who only has 3 pawns remaining. It's 2 pawns for a light square bishop. That's the material imbalance. Ding Liren in trouble. I mean, this position, it just seems like one where for Ding, he needs to find a plan. And I guess, Judith, you're usually great at that. I see some moves like knight e5 and rook h2 attacking a bishop, but that doesn't really get me anywhere. I mean, what's an actual plan for Ding?
Well, he has great pieces, as we discussed. So he's going to put, I think, knight to e5. Maybe he's even going to be long castle. And it's true, I think, that white will need good technique. Now there will be a huge question where Gukesh is going to be moving away his king, because I think on e3 is not the best square, because somehow it blocks the bishop on f2, and also it can get vulnerable. Knight on e5 is check on g4, check on c4, long castle, rook d3 check. I don't know, something, even f6 and then bishop h6. I don't know, there are a lot of tactics. So somehow I have the feeling that maybe the best way to go... Actually, it's not so easy to go away with the king.
No, it's not. I mean, white's pieces are a bit clumsy, right? The knight on e2 blocks in that bishop on f1.
Maybe he has to go knight d4.
To stop the...
I mean, white has to be very accurate, I believe, in this position.
Well, actually, wait a second. If knight d4, and if I just bring my rook I want to pin this knight because I feel like there will be some tactics available. If we can maybe bring up an analysis board, I do think it's such a critical moment of this game because while Gukesh has the upper hand, one mistake here could immediately throw away the sizable advantage he's built up. So, yeah, I mean, it's just a position
I
where
have
knight
a crazy,
d4
I have a crazy
ahead,
idea.
Judith.
Very crazy move. Rook c3.
Rook c3, huh? Just covering the f3 square.
And the d3, and I make space for my king on c2. And also I can go rook h3 to exchange the rooks if I want.
Ooh, that's a tricky one. Okay, I'm going to pull a Danya here, but it might not work. Does rook takes g5 work?
Oh my god.
Oh, I see the bar going up. Oh, only a teeny bit, so you
I
take back. And bishop h6, because bishop e3, I then have this knight f3 check.
And bishop h4.
f6. I know I'm never supposed to play it, but it does win me this rook back, and
okay, king
I get
c2.
a third pawn. You seem totally unimpressed, and it's like really making me feel nervous about the position. But what
somehow
about this
when you
time?
have a piece up, you tend to have a better blood pressure.
Yeah, I'm not saying my blood pressure
and
is
no
not a problem here.
wrinkles and no anything. Somehow you feel good and strong. Rook c5.
Yeah, how did I get the black side of this? Why am I the one who has to defend a piece down? You know, dude, I'm a kind person, but somehow I feel like I've been too kind to let you get the white pieces here. It's simply a piece up for 3 pawns, though, and I want to point out that the evaluation bar is still not that high, so it does seem like black will have chances to survive, but it will be a difficult task.
Yeah, maybe I should do something better than this, actually.
Okay, so rook c3. I
Rook
think I was
c3,
very
rook
creative.
g5.
Yeah, I liked. I think it's
No, it's
forcing,
a great
right?
idea. So, but what else do I play instead of? I was so happy with rook c3, king c2 to go away with my king.
Well, now I feel like I should apologize because I didn't mean to take away that plan. It still clearly was a favorable position for white. So knight d4 was another move I remember you.
Yes,
mentioned.
knight
Looks pretty good.
d4.
And I wanted to play rook d8. Let's go for the pin.
And then maybe king c1.
Just run away. Do I have rook takes g5 again, though? Because your pieces are all loose everywhere.
Yes, yeah. It's actually not so easy to consolidate my pieces right now.
Yeah, what a tricky position. Because I think if we blend ideas together, just to go back
Actually,
here.
I'm not even sure that king d2 was the best move, was it?
King d2? Let's see. So rook knight d2. So rook takes d2, of course, the alternative. Still slightly better for white, but I guess knight e5 now is really annoying.
Yes, because rook g3, knight c4 possibly.
Ah,
Okay, so let's go back to the game because it's very exciting.
Mhm.
Can I make safety for my king?
How is the question we want the answer to.
But king c1 did not work because of rook g5, right?
I think rook g5 looked pretty good. Just takes, and again, I think white is obviously better here. If we just go through the variation, something like this, rook takes d4. Black does have 3 pawns for the bishop, and I'm now wondering, oh no, that doesn't work because you can't take with the king at the end, and knight f3 check again with a fork. But this has to be good for white. You have a bishop pair.
Yes,
and
but here I see great chances to make a draw for Deng to save the game.
Yeah. That is if you're thinking about this from Gukesh's perspective, winning chances, this doesn't seem like the best chance to go for a win. So I know, Judith, we were talking about king e3. You mentioned that move as a possibility. I mean, is it?
Well,
It
maybe
looks risky.
Yeah, it looks very risky. It looks the most natural move at first, but I don't know. I'm a bit worried about different opportunities for black.
Can I do rook takes g5 again? Is that
Just for a change.
Can I just revisit our old friend with bishop h6?
Go, go, go. Try it. Takes rook g5. Takes bishop h6. Bishop h4, f6.
This position's annoying, honestly.
Yeah, unexpected.
It's sort of have like the look should just be great for white, but at every single turn along the way.
I don't want to have my king on e3. What does it do there?
So how do you get it not on e3? I guess is the.
It's a very interesting moment of the game, and also psychologically, you know. That because things were happening pretty fast the last since Ding made the blunder rook h5, things have speeded up. And also I think it's not so easy to adjust yourself because of course Gukesh should have this, oh my god, I have a piece up, right? Of course it's not so easy, it's very clear, but I have the advantage, I have the lead in this game. So I have the opportunity now. It really all depends on me. It's not about Ding anymore. I mean, if I play really the best moves, then I should be able to convert it into victory. So now there is extra pressure. He created the winning opportunity, but now it's only him who has to just make the best moves.
I just really like how you frame that, though, Judith, where, you know, often in a game of chess, it's just you versus your opponent. You look at the board, you figure out the best path forward, and if you make a mistake, it's entirely your responsibility and thus your fault. But here, as you're saying, it feels like a position, and we see the evaluation, it is quite heavily in white's favor, that it might not even matter how Ding replies if Gukesh, turn after turn, he churns out the best move. But that's easier said than done. It's good for Gukesh that he has over 45 minutes. He is deep in thought. But we just showed a series of variations where there's a check here, a fork there, a pin as well. It's not easy to find the winning path for Gukesh, and we are at that point where it's nearly objectively winning for Gukesh if he finds every single best move. But Judith, I mean, this position still has many tricks left in store.
I have a new idea. Knight f4.
Aha. Knight f4, Judith says. Okay, so you're allowing me oh, my rook on h5 is hanging. I thought I was just, you know, forking your king and rook with knight f3 check.
You're welcome to do that.
Yeah, I see what you're... Take this, and then we see a trade of pieces, and this is clearly bad for black with an even worse pawn structure. Okay, so the simple fork is misleading. Knight f4. Let's say I do rook takes g5.
I think that's what you have to do. Yeah, rook takes g5, rook takes g5, knight f3 check, king e3, knight g5. But at least your knight is very badly placed, or much worse than it was on e5. At the same time, black has 3 pawns, right?
Yes. These 3.
Rook c5.
Okay, bishop h6, and that looks spicy. I get why you didn't like the king on e3, Judith.
I hate the king on e3, you know, and I'm forced to have my king on e3 all the time. So rook c5 I don't do, because I just provoke a great move by you. Maybe I should get back my knight eventually to d3, but my e4 pawn is hanging also. Very frustrating. No, yeah, not yet, because after knight d3 you just go rook d8, I believe.
Okay, just simply continue to improve the location of the pieces. That makes sense.
It a little bit worries me with white that I don't have enough pawns left. So let's see. Knight d4.
He has played knight d4, so I think we can anticipate a swift rook d8. I don't really see another tempting move at the moment, but yeah, that is at least none more appealing than rook to d8. And then the question is, Judith, king e3 is what we've been talking about. King c1 we've been talking about. Is there just king e2? I know you didn't want your king on e3, and I think now that we're here, I'm like, wait a second, there was a knight on e2. It's gone. Maybe king e2.
But hold on. For black, there is a big question. You go rook d8 or you go long castle?
I want to play rook d8. For some reason, I'm afraid of castle, and maybe it's because we're approaching a possible endgame and the king in the center might be where it belongs, but of course castle and queenside is a very reasonable option as well.
Somehow I also have the feeling that rook d8 is a better choice, because somehow when the king is on c8, at some point bishop h3 check might be an important or beneficial for white.
I'm with you. And
so rook d8.
I thought Ding was about to move, but he kind of reached out and then paused again. And Judith, look at the clock as well, down to under 17 and a half minutes for Ding Liren, and we're only on move 26. So this position is going to remain quite challenging for him, and he really will not have sufficient time to work through any of these really difficult decisions.
He has to play fast. At the same time, if he's not making the best moves, he may be just losing the opportunity to pose the biggest difficulty to Gukesh.
Wow, we see that king e2 is the only move that keeps white with the huge advantage. We saw a number of variations where white was still better, so it's not like with a different move like king to c1 that white will still be the side for choice. But Judith, only move to keep this big advantage. I don't know, we struggled to come up with it, and rook h2 then becomes tempting in some positions. I would say these moves are actually trickier than initially met the eye.
But king e2 again is a very logical move, because somehow, I mean, you have the feeling, I think I have the feeling that the king, well, that's why I wanted to go rook c3 also. Somehow it stands better on a white square to start with.
Yes,
somehow
sure.
It's, I mean, because not only that it's on a white square, but not to give any opportunity for the e5 knight to jump to f3, to g4, to c4, to d3. I mean, all these things. So king e2 will be played.
And Gukesh did find the first necessary move on e2 with the knight dropping back about 3 moves ago. And now he needs to bring his king to that square. And I feel like it's one of these positions where king e2 makes a lot of sense. We've just worked through some of the alternatives, but there's still, at least in the back of your mind, you think, all right, there could be some pitfalls, but he finds it. Of course he does. Gukesh
Of course he does.
With the exception of g5 by him, where that was a mistake, he pushed his pawn, freed up some squares for black's pieces.
Yes.
If you could take that move out of the equation, he has played an exceptional game.
Yes. No, king e2 is a very powerful move, but it was not so difficult. Even if you do it by elimination, you get to there, because there was no other real option, right? I mean, bishop e2 was the only sensible, but then rook h2, so you have to go out from the d files. So now the question, what to do with black?
And once again, I don't have an answer to that one. I'm going to be honest with you, because I mean, does black sit and wait? Would that be your strategy? You know, just put all your pieces on defended squares, maybe like a6, and just try to pass the turn? Or is there a way for black to be a little bit more active?
Well, being active is a good thing, but I don't know how he can optimize his pieces, because it all stands in the best place. Of course, the bishop would be coming to f4. That would be a nice move. Continuing dreaming for black. But it's not moving there, and the king is really very safe on e2. So black can also not push b6, c5. That would be something I would go for, to push away the knight from d4 and control the d file, and possibly some important square for the knight on d3. But I don't see that. The question is, for example, to me, if black goes rook h2, of course, that seems to be the most active move. But then the question after rook h2, rook g2, who does it favor? But actually, hold on. Maybe that is a possibility for black. Rook h2, and if rook g2, then takes, and knight g4.
Nice find by you that if the trade happens, the knight gets out to g4, and opposite colored bishops, at least the thought of them, should make black feel better about the ability to hold this game?
Well, it's a question whether is there any reality to save the game, let's say knight f3, and then let's say black takes the bishop, king f2, and I think white's plan would be to block the bishop by playing e5. But this is something that's not holdable for black, I believe. e5, rook e2, bishop h3, and it's completely over. So this is not an option for black.
So unfortunate, because at least from a distance in my head, it was like, okay, this pawn on b2, possible issue, but as you're saying, like e5, rook e2, e6 at some point, and the presence of those g pawns, that hurts black, because the more pawns that remain, that means that white can try to win it and then get a pass pawn on that side. So we see that a move has been played, rook h2. Judith, you called it. It's been played on the live board. And
you know, after rook g2, I think black would be playing rook h3. What do you think?
To keep the rook on the board, I think that makes perfect sense. And now knight d3 becomes an annoying threat. And yeah, you have a really good point that the bishop on f1, it hasn't played its part in this game. It's just been sitting here. Hasn't moved once, right?
No, that's sitting there. Wait for giving a role to it.
Well, how do you give a role to it? I think it actually just kind of looks.
It has some ideas. One day it comes to the c4, let's say, or h3, just to give a little support and push to the other pieces. And
I'll do the dream move thing. I'll put the bishop on a2, right, and just stare at into the position. But in all seriousness, Judith, you know, we talked about some rook c3 ideas at some moment, and oftentimes for everybody, you know, watching and trying to learn from this, trading is good, but you have to look what happens when you trade. What's the transformation? And here, what I don't like, Judith, is while white is still better, the knight on d4 gains a protector, I don't like giving an outside pass pawn. Like, that would at least force me to pause before I made a decision like this, because a5, a4, b5, these type of moves, they happen really quickly.
Yes, it's true, but it seems also that the pawns are pretty far distance away from any action which can bother white, I believe. We have bishop g2, look at that.
Oh. So, your knight g4 idea, but then...
Knight f3.
No. Just kicking that rook out of h2, and then the bishop can actually, you think about taking a pawn on a7. Nice. Nice move indeed. Yeah, dude, it felt like a bishop g2, it's like getting in the way, but we talked about how the bishop had yet to move. It makes its first kind of presence in the position, and knight g4, if that's not available, what else does black possibly have here?
I always have something, so I go rook h5.
Okay, rook h5. Knight f3, I think, looks good.
Knight d3.
Ah. Okay, you want to take my bishop or go knight f4, so I slide away, bishop e3,
and you don't care about... Now, of course, knight on f3 stands incredibly well.
Yeah. I mean, it's easy to say now that Gukesh played it, but I really like bishop g2, now that it's appeared here.
Yeah, because the h2 rook now is kind of excluded from the action. Well, it's getting very hard for Ding in every direction. On the board, on the clock.
Can I ask you a question, Judith? If black passed the turn to white, what is Gukesh's next move? Is it knight f3 or is there something else?
That's a good question. Well, I can imagine that white can also play b3 or even b4, b5.
So what you're really saying is that white is completely spoiled for choice and black is having difficulty finding even individual moves.
But we'll see, because a6 was played. Sit and wait. It was the same question from Ding. He just put it in the practical form of it.
Yeah, they say actions speak louder than words. So his question was dealt with in action rather than spoken aloud. And well, okay, knight f3 is available. And once these knights get traded, the question becomes, what further trades do you want? So this is maybe a difficult thing for our audience to visualize in their heads, but I am going to ask the question anyway because it is essential to understanding the truth of this position. What trades does white want? So knight f3 is a knight trade. Does white want the dark square bishops off? How many rooks do you want traded? So Judith, what's your kind of initial read on what pieces white might want to remain on the board?
It's a very good question, Robert. Very, very good question. How to win a huge advantage and how to convert it. And this is the first question we should ask of ourselves, that how to simplify the position to improve the chances of really converting into victory. Knight f3 has its points completely. At the same time, I'm not sure it's necessarily the best way, because I don't know how to optimize my rook. Because somehow the best thing would be with white to play bishop on g3 f4 somehow. That's what I would be thinking. And maybe even to take on e5 and knight f3 and e5. This is the idea we had before, right? So that would really increase the optimize the chances for white. If knight f3, then knight takes f3. I think white would be capturing with the king.
Yep, I'll bring up an analysis board to show that. Knight f3, knight takes, and you don't want to walk into a pin, so you're saying king takes f3.
Yeah, bishop f3 is also possible, but I'm not sure it's so good for white to allow that to simplify and exchange. I mean, even black can go rook f2, takes bishop
nice.
d4.
So
but it should be losing, of course.
Okay, you answer the question. I was saying this is a great moment to pause and say, these trades you think allows white to just have a winning position now?
Yes, but it, of course, because black's king is very much behind. If, let's say, we talk about dream moves, if black would go king f4, then of course it would be a different story, right? So it does matter in what circumstances we can simplify the position.
I'm with you there. Okay, so
all of
these trades is not what Ding wants. I got
if, let's say, in this position, to finish the calculation and understanding, if white king reaches to f4, then it's just a completely winning position and you will win, right? Because there is not going to be such a big deal for black. You will win in one way or another. But
yes, all these pawns are on light squares, which is very bad for black, right? These pawns will be
So now you get an answer what the bishop will be used for. To collect.
Yes, and actually the pawn on g5, which we criticized earlier, is very helpful because it keeps the f7 pawn stuck in place. Okay, so I buy that. So you're saying that these trades are good for white, so that means Ding will not be so friendly, even though he's a nice guy, that he's not, excuse me, after bishop takes f3, he's not going to take on f2 with the rook. So how do you sort of play on for black if you don't trade all these pieces?
Well, you could be more fair to me and give a better position with black.
I apologize. It wasn't me. It was Ding. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So I don't know. The problem is that black cannot stabilize himself. It's like even if black puts the bishop on e5, white will be going bishop g2, block the rook again, I think, and somehow push rook c5. And kick away it's very important to move away the e5 bishop in one way or another.
Yeah, you need to sort of boot the bishop out of there, gain some space. But I think kind of what we're getting to is that it should maybe be winning for white, but it's not actually going to be that easy. Like there will still be some obstacles in Gukesh's way.
I think these having only the bishops, it is not so easy for white to win, like this one. So let's see if instead of knight f3, there is a better way to do it. So it's a big question for me, for example, whether b4 favors white or black. Of course, for white, it would be, for example, very nice if he could regroup his knight to c5. But for now, if knight b3, then knight d3 kind of thing happens, and it's not so nice, maybe. Though I would want to play bishop g3 very much, and for that, I would need to move away my knight.
Yeah, but where to, except for knight to f3? I guess there is an opportunity at some moment to venture this way up the board, but then the d3 square as we're talking about. So, Judith, I mean, this feels like one of those moments in World Championship history where Gukesh on the cusp, but still has so much left to prove. And you know when you're facing a world champion like Ding Liren, he is going to give every last ounce of effort and fight here. So while Gukesh, he's on the clock. John, I know, I mean, you've been taking all of this in. It's Gukesh on the clock now. He's way ahead on time. He's up a piece for just a couple pawns. What are you making of all this, Mr. Sargent?
It's a lot to take in, Robert. And not only that, but the evaluation of the position only really tells us part of the story. You could be watching this thinking, well, Gukesh has done the hard work now because the eval bar is strongly in white's favor. Everything's looking great. But the reality is getting into a winning position and then winning the game from that position. Many chess players will say they're two very different things. So, Robert, at what point does Gukesh start to think differently? At what point can he start transitioning away from what is objectively the next best move in the position to something else? Can he even let the foot off the gas a tiny bit?
I don't believe you can take anything for granted at this stage, because for Gukesh, I mean, he's the one who surprised his opponent in the opening, and then immediately he was the one who made an error with that g5 pawn push. And now he's here. He knows that he has the upper hand, but whether he has that knockout to deliver is a totally different question. And Ding Liren, he is tough. Gukesh has expected his best on this World Championship stage, and if Ding Liren brings his best to this moment, he will make Gukesh's life difficult. That doesn't mean that he necessarily will save it, but Ding Liren is facing the problems on the board and on the clock, and he's also facing an opponent who is just as determined as ever.
So, folks, a piece down, but with some pawns for compensation. World champion Ding Liren under tremendous pressure with Gukesh nearly 3 times the amount of time on the clock. We're going for the briefest of breaks here, so top up your drink. It's possible the conclusion to this game will happen when we come back.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is Dan, suggesting some places to meet up and watch the game tonight. But you know what's better than a list of places? Knowing how close those places are. Which is why you're just going to ask Gemini to put these places on a map. Whoa, how's that for teamwork?
Are you happy with Singapore as the venue?
Yeah, I was happy to play anywhere, but yeah, Singapore for sure is a very nice place, and yeah, I have some very nice memories from being in Singapore, so really eager to go there and play the match.
What events are you playing before the World Championship?
So I'll be playing the Grand Chess Tour, this Rapid and Blitz event, the Sinking Field, the Olympiad, and ECC.
How is your preparation going in general?
It's going well. It's a really fun time for me and my team, and yeah, it's going well, and we'll hope it goes well even further.
What's the role of your parents in the World Championship journey?
It's pretty much the same as it has been, I guess. Like, my father takes care of everything in my career so that I can focus fully on chess, and my mother, you know, she is the emotional pillar for me. So
And what's been the role of your trainers apart from the prep for the World Championship?
I guess there are a lot of roles. We try to do everything as well as we can.
Who's your biggest inspiration in life?
I mean, from my childhood, like in career-wise, Vishesar has always been like the role model as a chess player and as a person. So, yeah.
If you could have any chess player, dead or alive, as your second, who would it be?
I would go Bobby Fischer.
Can you name all the world chess champions in the correct order?
I for sure know it, but I don't know if I can manage. Let's see. Okay, Steinitz, Lasker, Capablanca, Alekane, you, Botvinnik, Smyslow. Okay, 7, yeah. Actually, this is easier when I do it from the reverse order, but but okay. So Smyslow and Petrosian. Yeah. Okay, Tal. And then Petrosian. So this is 10, 9, yeah? Petrosian and Spassky, Fischer, and okay, Karpov, Kasparov, Kramnik, Vesey, Sir, Magnus Ding. Let's see.
Do you have any message for your opponent, Ding Liren?
No. Hope we can play a good match and we'll entertain the world.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number 1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Welcome back to round number 3 of the FIDE World Championship. Is Gukesh on the precipice of getting his first full point in this match? We've had additional moves played. This could be the beginning of the end for this game for Ding Liren. Robert Hess, Judith Polgar, back to you to take us through what's been played on the board.
Thank you so much, John. And in all honesty, just a couple of moves have been played. We still have the same outline of the position. White pushed the pawn 1 square to b3. Judith was pondering where that pawn belonged. And Ding played the move rook to d7, a very quiet move, but he makes sure that every single pawn of his is protected. The b7 pawn preemptively defended just in case, and also just passing the turn back to his young opponent. So Judith, we've been discussing many important questions of what pieces should be traded, what's Gukesh's winning plan. It seems like Ding Liren, he's sort of answering the question on his end of, I'm just going to play sit and wait, and you have to prove that you are going to find some kind of way in, because I'm not just going to throw pieces forward and allow you to attack me.
Absolutely, and I have to say it's not going to be easy for Gukesh to convert his advantage, because Ding seems to be, he's rock solid here. He has 2 pawns for the piece, but all his pieces are extremely active. So the h2 rook, the d7 rook optimally placed. Knight on e5, of course, it's an incredible spot for the knight. And the g7 bishop also just supports everything, and optionally when the knight can jump away to g4 or somewhere, then the bishop can be also very powerful. So now it's Gukesh who will spend time, and he has significantly much more time than his opponent. But now he has the task that he knows that he has the advantage. He knows that it should be an advantage, that it's possible to convert it into victory. But it's not a position where it's going to be calculation only, that I go here, he goes there, and then I'm just forced. I calculate the lines, and then it will be a forced win. No, you will have to maneuver. You have to exhaust your opponent a little bit. You have to make strategic decisions, which piece to exchange, which we were discussing, with what circumstances it's possible to do. To be honest, in the break, I was thinking about the fact whether bishop g2 was the best move when black played rook h2 and not to play rook g2, because right now the g1 rook is very much tied down to the bishop on g2. So now white can say that he has a piece up, he has material up, but his pieces are not optimally placed. And this is the big question, how to replace the pieces. b3 was played, which I think was pretty sensible to take out from possible b2 when the bishop can capture it. And also I think it's an important square for the pawn to cover the c4 square. So if, let's say, one day white wants to go rook d2, then c5 comes. And I think also that rook d7 is a very smart move, because it's kind of a prophylactical move. If white had the plan to play rook d2, it is not possible to play that anymore, because then black can go c5, and white cannot go knight f3, for example, because black goes knight f3, and after rook d7, which is not with a check, because if the rook would be on d8, then it would be a check, and white would be capturing back the piece. But black can go knight f3, and rook d7, knight g1 would change everything. So there are some nuances which is happening right here. And it is very important for black to make all these moves to play against white's plans, because white doesn't have enough square for his pieces. If you look at it, if we go back and the actual position, what is standing on the board, where Gukesh is spending his time, basically white has no square in the territory of black's side, because all the pawns are covering. g6 pawn is exceptionally well placed, covering the f5 square. The other two pawns on a6, c6, they are also doing very fine. So it is going to be not easy to crack black's defense.
And I like what you just pointed out, because I want to show that one more time, that in the event of rook, like if instead of rook d7, I just want to put the, somehow get to the position, how do I do this? Yeah, here. So if this were the position said, the rook was on d8 instead of d7, and c5 were played, I really like what you pointed out, the knight f3, and after knight takes f3, rook d8 is with check. So that rook d7 move, as you called it, prophylactic, because it gives black additional options and actually stops white from trying to trade off all these pieces and get a check along the way. So really instructive from you there, Judith. Rook d2, not a good move anymore because of c5. And if that's the case, I mean, it's kind of difficult to come up with ideas, because knight f3 is something that we kept discussing, but here it's actually a mistake, I believe, because knight f3, after rook d7, as in the game, knight f3, once you take, if you played bishop f3, we get this exact position that we saw earlier, but there's a critical difference. The pawn is on b3, and that's bad in this particular line, because rook d3 hits both bishop and b3 pawn at the same time. So while it takes away the c4 square, and gets off the dark square bishop's diagonal in the live position, it does have this really big downside that it actually can get into the path of the black rook in the event of a bunch of trades. So Judith, we can say we like certain parts of it, but anytime you push a pawn, you have to see the drawbacks. And here, it's that the pawn is on an undefended square if the knight on d4 disappears. So I really have to sort of continue to amend my thought process of like, okay, it looks really good for white, very promising, which it still does, should be pressing forward. And now I'm like, actually, how do I accomplish that? So maybe it requires a slower approach and not just trying to trade all the pieces right away.
Well, that is a very nice point, Robert, that after b3 there are new ideas which we have to take in account, that the b3 actually can be vulnerable after the knight is moved from d4. Now I'm wondering if can white go rook c5 maybe to provoke black a little bit, or the provocation turns out to be too good and you really play b6 and c5 and I get in trouble.
Although you might have rook takes e5
Exactly.
ideas.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I think that's what I would be doing, taking a knight f3.
And get a fork there. So at best, black is going to give back that rook for the minor piece.
And how great that the rook is on d7. So after rook h5, I can go knight e5. But okay, anyway, we would have 3 pieces. So it's not only that it's attacked, but in every way it's a problem for black.
But
so what about rook
after
c5?
Yeah, I was going to ask you just mentioned rook h5 now. After rook c5, can you start with rook h5 and go after this loose pawn here?
We have a move, rook c1.
Okay, rook back to c1, connecting the rooks.
He wants to go rook d1, I guess.
So that way the rook is on a more protected square and none of these sort of checking variations that we looked at before. Okay. Where does that leave us, Judith? What other moves do we have for black? Because I feel like we've just been passing time in a way.
Well, the question is whether is rook cd1, is it a real threat? And after that, the knight can move. So what should be black trying to do against it? Right? That's the big question. At some point, rook e7 might be interesting, you know, with the idea moving away the knight, and then the e4 pawn can be attacked. So knight f3 is not so easily played.
Very true. And actually, with the rook on c1, knight f3 now is an option because the rook on c1 protects the rook on g1. So it's not just a rinse and repeat, if I may just bring up an analysis board quickly, because I know Ding Liren, he's dropped under 7 minutes and he has 10 moves to make. But in this position, if we get here, that all these variations with rook f2 and bishop d4 check, the king can actually go to the center now, because after bishop takes g1, rook takes back, and the king covers the d3 square. So no entry point for the black rook.
Absolutely. Correct. So actually after rook e7, probably you can go anyway, knight f3. King e7.
He does bring king up in 6 minutes, 32 seconds for Ding Liren. He just made his 30th move here, and now the question is knight f3. Is that a good move? Just trading pieces? We keep talking about that. Any other moves come to mind in addition to rook cd1 or knight f3? Do you have maybe a third candidate or maybe even a fourth candidate move?
Well, I think those are the two most logical continuation, rook cd1 and knight f3. The big question for me whether is rook cd1 is the better option. Though after king e7, sometimes one day bishop c5 check can come in the right moment. So I'm not... I don't think the king is standing better on e7 than on e8. But black had to make a move, right?
I agree. With all these pieces on the board, king on e7 is worse. If we see those trades, we talked about how a black king might want to walk up to e5, and it gives some chances to go after some of the white pawns in the endgame. And I just want to remind everybody that the players, they need to reach move 40. It's only the 30th move that was just played. Once they hit move 40, they gain more time, and they gain bonus time with each and every move played. So the 30 minutes that they gain will be of huge importance, especially if Ding Liren is able to find a way to stabilize. And I guess, Judith, the last few moves haven't changed all that much. You have played all the best players in the world. You've had great positions. Of course, there are going to be some bad positions as well. But my question for you is, when you have those great positions, but you're not like just completely winning yet, you're pressing, does it get frustrating when you feel like you don't see a breakthrough yet?
Yes, it can be a little bit frustrating, but you have to force yourself to put yourself into the moment and try to understand the position, what is the best move and what are your goals. You cannot think, I mean, it cannot sneak into the head of Gukesh that, oh my God, I'm going to be equalizing the match. Oh, I'm so near to that, right? No, you can't think this way. You have to really focus on the game and understand the position and make the best move. So emotional things, it's not the moment when it should be disturbing you. It's not easy, but you have to understand that at least you are in a difficult position from the point of view how you're going to win it. But you have to understand that this is a great problem you're having, and then put yourself in a perspective that it's a great opportunity. I shouldn't rush things. This is also very important in such a time situation. Also, of course, Gukesh knows he has a move he wants to do, rook cd1 or whatever, but he wants to control himself and doesn't make very fast moves because he knows that the winning opportunity is in his hands, and he knows that Ding is the person who should be worried much more about time for the moment. So it is very important to control yourself and be patient in such a positions.
And we did just see a patient move from Gukesh, rook c to d1. I think something that's quite instructive for the viewers is that Gukesh isn't making a quick decision to trade off pieces until he is certain that it's best. He can keep the status quo, which favors him. If what Ding Liren is going to be doing is playing, say, king e8, king e7, and just back and forth, then for Gukesh, it might make sense to reach move 40, gain that 30 extra minutes, and then be able to use that time to his advantage. Because as you said, Judith, that right now at this stage, it might be just up to Gukesh. If he continues to play optimally, he might already be nearing that one territory. So having extra time should favor him.
But you know, there is an interesting moment right now. What happens if black goes knight g4?
Just going after that bishop on
Because
F2.
after knight f3, now rook takes d1, and you don't have anything to take back with.
Okay, so let's quickly bring up an analysis board, because I think Judah is coming up with an important line that you know Ding Liren is trying to analyze.
Yes, the thing is that, again, you know, after every move, all the time changes. So the king is on e7, it has benefits, but it has a difficult moment also. Because now, for example, after knight g4, white would be planning to play knight f3, but we may think that rook will... Well, once we have our board and I can show it, it's better, it's more fun. So if knight f3, rook d1, then none of the piece can capture, because if king d1, then knight f2 check. If I would take with the rook, then it's rook g2. But bishop c5 check, the intermediate move, I think, wins the game, because if the king moves away, then king d1, and we get with white what we wanted. And if rook d6 goes back, that I think it shouldn't work, because of taking... No, don't be so fast on that, please.
Wait, can I just take that? Are you saying this isn't...
Well, is it enough? I don't think so, because takes, and if rook h1, bishop e5.
Ah, of course, the bishop can just come to defend. I thought, you know, bishop h3, rook g2, and surround that knight, but you're right, the bishop comes to e5.
So I thought not to take on d6 yet, but to take knight takes h2, knight takes h2, and I thought bishop h3, and then somehow nothing works for black, but I'm not sure I'm right, because you can go bishop e5.
Just protect everything all at once?
No, but you know what? Maybe instead of bishop h3, we could take already on d6, and rook d1, and then bishop h3 and rook d7.
Nice. Yeah, that's really, really important, that if the king goes back, as you said, bishop h3, and up goes the rook, and the knight is still just off the beaten path. It's just stuck over here. That looks good enough.
Yeah, because after knight g4, what we have at the board right now, I think knight f3 should be the only move, isn't it?
And just great awareness by you, Judith, that bishop c5 check. I mean, you talked about it earlier. You knew that this was going to be thematic, that once the king stepped forward, there might be a useful check on c5. And here it's not just useful, it's necessary.
Well, there's another option. First, that's what I was thinking, that after rook d1, knight h2 is also possible. And maybe that endgame would be winning also. But without the rooks, I think the chances for white to win, it's not that easy maybe.
Especially with opposite color bishops, right? Knight f2, we get this type of position. And here it's not going to be easy at all. Not too many pawns remaining.
Yeah, bishop e5 and f4, right?
Get active. Yeah, that looks like a really promising try for black to hold on. So, I mean, Liren, okay, he's spending a lot of time here, Judith. I mean, look at the clock right now. He's about to hit 2 minutes, and he needs to make 10 moves. I don't think he's going to get all his moves off in time.
Well, let's put it that way. I wouldn't like to be in Deng's place right now.
Oh no, Judith, remember in the previous World Championship match against Jan Nepomniachtchi, he just froze. He did just play king to e8, which you see the evaluation board has not changed, and also it takes away bishop c5 check in some of these critical variations. So king e8, a perfectly reasonable move, but now I'm actually less focused on the ins and outs of the board. I'm just looking at the clock. He has 1 minute and 50 seconds to reach move 40, where both players will get an extra 30 minutes on the clock with 30 seconds bonus time with each and every move. Judith, and actually I'm going to ask chat before I even ask you. Chat, do you think Liren is going to reach move 40 in this game? Judith, do you think he's going to be able to reach move 40?
He will reach move 40, but not if it's the position he would like to have.
Oh my
Can't
goodness.
white just play bishop g3 right now?
Yes, for sure.
I mean, finally to kick out the rook from h2, the unpleasant spot.
I'm going to go back up to h5, I think, and you're probably going to play bishop f4, aren't you, just to keep everything defended.
Yeah, after bishop f4, you might go rook h4.
Well, now that you mention it, Judith, that's actually really convenient for Liren because he needs to reach move 40, and those are a series of quick moves that, not just quick because it's with the same piece, but actually they follow each other up quite nicely. It's a logical sequence from the black side. So I guess if you're Gukesh and you're up this much time, you may actually just want to pose practical problems, and you don't want to get tricky for the sake of being tricky, but you see him looking at the score sheet, looking at the board, probably looking at the clock as well. He may, instead of just forcing trades, which he can't be certain will be winning, he may want to keep the tension, keep more pieces on the board.
Yeah, it's a question, but bishop g3 somehow looks to me a very sensible continuation, and after rook h5, there is probably bishop takes e5 is not the best, right? You don't like that, to give up the black square bishop.
I am just going to be honest with you. I'm usually concerned about the presence of bishops of opposite color, even though white has an extra piece for just 2 pawns. So I'm just letting you know I'm nervous about it, but it might still just be good.
So now the big question is whether... no, knight f3 is not possible. Knight f3 is not possible now because of rook d1.
No. That's an issue. Because knight f3, rook takes d1, knight takes h2 could be played, but then rook
yeah,
d3
but then rook
back.
d3. Yeah, and my rook is very passive on g1. So bishop g3 is an alternative. Or there's not so many moves with white, you know? It's not so funny. I mean, how is this possible?
I'm laughing with you because otherwise I'm just going to be banging my head against the table because just a couple moves ago we're like, okay, white just spoiled for choice, plenty of options, and then black is doing nothing. Rook d8 to d7, king e7, king e8, back and forth, and saying, prove it, Gukesh, prove that you can beat me. And we haven't found that path forward, and certainly Gukesh hasn't, and that's more important than us finding it, is can Gukesh find a road into the black camp and a way to not just have an extra piece for 2 pawns, but actually a winning push.
Yeah, it's the most annoying to play this with white if you don't have a clear way, right? So this is a big question, because bishop g3 I would like it pretty much, but rook goes back to h5, and if bishop f4 you go rook h4. But maybe after rook h4 to go rook gf1.
And just defend the bishop. This knight on d4 is a bit loose, but there is no tactical way to exploit that, at least not at the moment there.
Though there, black can go c5. It's not so easy. It's frustrating with white.
I feel frustrated. I'm not even playing the game. I'm looking at this position. You know, we as commentators, we don't root for the players, of course, but it's like it should be good for white. And that's what every person watching this is like. You know that. You have an extra bishop for just 2 pawns. And yet Gukesh, like, he continues to invest time, I would say, wisely, but he doesn't know how to make progress. And there's always that question. It's not a fortress, of course. There's too many pieces to call it that. But where does progress come from, Judith? I am really struggling to figure that out.
Yes, I understand you're saying. Of course, b4 is something that could be a possibility with the later on idea knight b3 and c5. At the same time, of course, it's also a sensitive thing. We have bishop g3 on the board.
Did you see? You could see Ding. He's like, I'm not waiting for you to go right down the move. I'm immediately playing rook to h5. He said only 1 second on that move, and well, he looked up at his opponent, and Judith, I'm going to say that bishop f4, rook h4, these moves can happen fast. So Ding Liren, we've been worried about his time management. He now has 8 moves to make, and he still has a minute 49.
So bishop f4, rook h4, rook g1 to f1.
C5 is really tempting me, but I'm not sure if it's how quality.
Then I go knight c2.
Yeah, so many options there. I mean, trading rooks, of course, with a knight d3 to follow. It just feels like black is getting active, but maybe it's an optical illusion there. It's just all for naught.
Yeah, black's position is very compact, very tough to crack. And white will have to make a decision at one point to exchange what? To play knight f3 and that way, or to go bishop takes e5, takes knight f3, bishop f4, to do it that way. So white has to make a choice at some point.
I believe that bishop takes e5, there's how do I frame this? Like, the consequences are too great. So that's why I think Gukesh will avoid that, because with bishop takes e5, you allow opposite color bishops with, at the very least in your head, you're taught endgames. Bishops of opposite color, drawing tendencies go up. That may not be the case when you're up a minor piece for just 2 pawns, but I think that makes it really difficult to commit to that decision because you're not certain about it and you don't want to make such consequential decisions until you've really thought it through, and that would be better after move 40. But the more we talk, the more time that goes on, maybe Gukesh doesn't have all the time in the world to just do whatever he wants because of moves like pawn to c5 at some moment. So yeah, Judith, I think it's not easy here to be Gukesh.
Well, the thing is that white has to make a decision. He cannot go back bishop f2. Actually, now that I'm saying it, white cannot go back, he can. Because rook g5 is not possible to bishop h3 winning material.
Oh, that is super nice. So I just want to very quickly show that, just because it's a beautiful tactic. Bishop f2, rook takes g5. Oh, knight f3 was played, so I actually, maybe we'll show it a little bit later, but you really called a great variation there. But okay, moves are coming in. Ding Liren does not have time. The king is up on f3. Oh, you can't take on g5 in many positions, Judith, because bishop h4, and there will be mating nets against the black king in many positions.
That's a very nice one. This is a very important because now look at that. Bishop on g3, pawn will be pushed e5. Black cannot take on g5 if he cannot take on g5.
I think he has
But
to
probably
right
he
away.
cannot. And if he cannot, then the rook on h5 is completely out of the game. So this is great technique with knight f3. Bishop d4.
Ding Liren drops the bishop on d4. That's move 34, everybody. 1 minute, 7 seconds remaining on his clock. He needs to hit move 40 to get that extra time. It's much needed for him at this stage. And, well, Judith, I mean, this position is starting to heat up, but it does feel easier for white to play. The last couple of trades, I like them from Gukesh's perspective.
Yeah, it seems like in the last 2-3 moves, there was an improvement for white to eliminate the knight from the center, one very active piece from black. And now the question is, can black capture on g5 the pawn? Is that a possibility?
I'm going to personally trust Gukesh and say the answer is no. I think rook takes g5, maybe there's like bishop h3 coming, and this rook on d7 is nowhere good to go.
Exactly, which means that probably black will be exchanging on h1, and then probably rook h1 will be the move, and gives the opportunity for white very soon to push e5, rook h7, put it on the 7th rank. The f7 pawn is so weak that probably it will cost the game eventually.
20 seconds for Ding Liren. You see he's confused. He doesn't know if he can capture that pawn on g5. He is super nervous. He has to make a move. I mean, he just has to. And he picks up his rook, and what's he going to do? He hasn't moved. He's freezing. Oh my goodness. Back on the clock is Ding Liren at bishop h3, and f5 is played here. So Gukesh, he knows that he has the upper hand. It's now very clear. The evaluation bar is sky high, and for Ding Liren, he's probably not even going to reach move 40.
Bishop f5. Look at that. Oh. Bishop f5.
Wow, what a find. Game over. Gukesh Damaraju equals the match. 1F, 1F. I think we can hear some applause in the background, in the playing arena in Singapore. But Judith, wow, what a quick finish to that game.
I'm speechless. Things have speeded up in the last few moves, and what a game by Gukesh. He took the opportunity and equalized the match. Congratulations to him.
John, you were watching that. We see on Ding Liren's face, and that is upset. I don't want to call it heartbreak. The match is still equal, a long way to go, but you can see that Ding Liren, he is very, very sad about what just happened.
Absolutely, Robert. That is a crushing result for Gukesh, the 18-year-old World Championship challenger. Now, this, of course, is by no means a done deal. This simply levels the match at 1.5 points all, but Ding Liren will be lamenting the opportunity to potentially extend a lead here. What an incredible final couple of minutes there. Even though the position was won on the board for white, there was so much tension, and us watching, there was still so much to go through before we could actually work out exactly what was going on and how the game was going to end. Judith, those emotions in the last couple of minutes, even if you know one side is objectively won on the board, it doesn't stop the tension. It doesn't stop the emotion. We're still sitting here on the edge of our seats.
Well, the tension is absolutely huge. I mean, even we commentators, I think we feel it, how much Gukesh was close to winning since the move knight e2 was played. It was clear that he has the huge advantage. It's clear that it will depend on him. If he makes the best moves, then he will collect the point and level the match. And what a moment, especially before the FIDE. I mean, and he calculated very well. He played very accurately. He had the patience for those moments, and it was clear that Ding had to play on, and he tried his best by stabilizing his position. But as I said before, his pieces were very well placed, but not enough of them.
And Robert, a quick question for you before we go into the game review. How important or unimportant is it that this win for Gukesh comes just before a rest day? Like, how significant is that?
I think that's better news for Ding Liren. I mean, the win is just necessary, and I think Judith said it best when she said he needs to win this game, did Gukesh, and he did just that. But for Ding Liren, when you're reeling like this, to get a day off, I think that can be helpful. And what else can be helpful is that World Championship experience. Back in the last match against Yanapamshi, I think there were 4 decisive games in a row, rounds 4 through 7, if I'm not mistaken, where they traded blows, one side winning, then the other returning serve. So for Ding Liren, I think he will be happy to have the day off tomorrow. It may not be a happy Thanksgiving for Ding Liren, not that he celebrates, but I think for Gukesh, he enters the rest day on a high.
All right. Well, an incredible finish to that game. And of course, hundreds of thousands of people watching the game from all across the globe. Robert, I'm going to pass it back over to you, especially for people who maybe were watching the broadcast as tensions reached a boiling point towards the end of that game. Take us back all the way to the beginning and give us a recap of how today's proceedings have unfolded.
Okay, thank you, John. This is a lot of pressure, but it was a very fun game. So as we hit the game review, we will talk about the ins and outs of what just happened, and we will start from the top, from the very first moves of the game. So here we go. We see that the game started off with a different first move. So that's the first big detail. Not e4, no French. We got d4 today. And I'm going to fast forward through the opening stage because while c takes d5, e takes d5, I mean, that early decision, that can be discussed in further detail. As we fast forward here, I think this move, h3, that's the first big wrinkle in the game, has been seen before. And the point is the Gukesh specialty, to push the pawn to g4 and stop the bishop from safely landing on f5. As the game continued, a queen trade was offered, and a queen trade was had at this moment. Queen takes b3, a takes back, and here was a critical moment. The bishop, it enters enemy territory, and it didn't leave. The bishop comes to c2, hitting this b3 pawn, but for Gukesh, he had this all worked out. Bishop f4, not the first time this has been played. The former world champion Vladimir Kramnik, he essayed just this against Arjun Erigaisi in the 2023 World Rapid Championship. If I'm remembering the tournament, but bishop f4 comes out. Bishop takes b3, just quickly to show, not really available. The bishop, it's getting hounded and trapped if it goes back to c4. This is a critical detail. It is going to be a pawn back for white because after b5, knight takes. Thank you very much. I will gladly grab material, excuse me. I'm mixing my words together. Maybe that's a new one, add to the dictionary, but you will not be surviving this with the rook on a8 lost. So as the game continued here, we saw h5, good decision. Rook g1, we saw a capture. Knight bd7, exclam, I would say, from Ding Liren, a necessary move, because after the knight dropped back to d2, rook g8, trying to play g5 and open up a path back for this bishop to survive on the light squares. And here's where Gukesh went wrong. He had to make the move rook to c1, allowing g5. The bishop slides back. The bishop survives for black. It's a complicated battle. Chances for both sides. White slightly the side for choice. But in the game, instead, g5 was Gukesh's choice. The knight hops to h5 with tempo. The bishop back. Rook h8, another move that deserves an exclamation point. Going after this loose bishop on h2, stopping bishop h3 as well because of too much pressure down the open h-file. So as we continue, f3, trying to play e4. And for Ding Liren, knight g7, a step back, but a step in the right direction. That knight regroups, reroutes, knight e6, go after the g5 and d4 pawns. They're loose pawns across the board. But here I would say the critical moment of the game. Rook h5, it deserves a question mark, maybe even 2. We don't mean to be harsh, but the bishop on c2 is trapped. It is in enemy territory. And if we go back a step here, instead of this move rook h5, both bishop to e7, going after the pawn on g5 with the bishop to try to get this knight on d2 out of the way as well, or bishop f5, just saving the piece that did in fact get trapped. That was the way to go. You see the evaluation slightly better for black. In the game though, neither of those choices made. Rook h5, question mark, e4 play, deserves that exclamation point. And as the dust settled in the middle of the board, black wasn't even able to get a third pawn for the lost piece. Bishop f2, only move here. Bishop g7, and this fine. You see the blue arrow? It's not from me. It's saying this is the only move that gives white the advantage. Every single other move, say bishop d4, just to show you what this looks like. After rook g2, things like this. Bishop takes b3, knight takes back, and bishop to e3. We see that there will be that third pawn, an essential third pawn, for the lost minor piece. Instead, knight e2, Knight takes b3, and only 2 pawns. Pardon that siren, but the ambulance, it was needed in this one because you're not getting that minor piece back. Black has 5 pawns, white has 3. 2 pawns not enough, and as the game continued, it did look challenging. King e2, the right square. Jude and I were struggling to figure out exactly where to go, and as this one went forward from here, Black is going back and forth doing the right thing, but then right here and right now, King e8 took way too much time from Ding Liren. You see 6 minutes and 32 seconds remain at this moment. After the move, 1 minute 50 seconds. It was the right move, but unfortunately took him too much time, which makes it the wrong decision. Rook back to h5 and knight f3, a good decision. And here, Ding Liren had to play rook takes d1, and after the rook takes back on d1, maybe keep more pieces on the board with knight to d7. Just keep some options alive. It's not that easy to break through. But Ding Liren did not have time. He spent way too much of it early. He spent way too much on the previous decision, king d8. And after knight takes f3, king takes f3, another proper recapture. Bishop d4 was played. It's kind of last-ditch effort territory because the pawn on g5 was not available to capture. Showing that real quick, rook takes g5, allowed rook takes d7, king takes d7, and the rook slides to d1 with check. If the king goes back to e8, bishop h4, and if the king goes forward, bishop h3 check, f5, and these positions, it's not going to work out for Black. The open board is an issue. We get a position like this, and White has many choices, rook e1, but the last pawn does remain, and the Black king is in trouble. King safety is paramount, and it can still be attacked. The bishops work together very nicely in this position, and so that would have been a winning advantage for Gukesh. In the game, it ended quite quickly. Rook h1, rook takes g5, bishop h3, and we actually saw the game end at this moment after rook h5. There were no more moves played, but bishop takes f5, the blue arrow, but it's a dagger to the heart of Black's position. Bishop takes f5. If you take with the pawn, you lose your rook on h5. That defender is removed. And rook takes h1. No, you're not taking back. You throw in the intermezzo. Bishop takes d7 with check. And once the king takes back, the rook on h1 is gone. So bishop takes f5. That sealed the deal. Didn't even get to that point because Ding Liren had no time. He had no hope. And now he has no lead in the match. It is officially 1.5, 1.5. And that is your game review of the third game of this FIDE World Championship match.
Thank you so much, Robert. A lot to unpack there, and I thought you got pretty much all of the points there absolutely spot on. What a classy finish as well from Gukesh. Obviously, Ding under time pressure there, unfortunately capitulating, but this match just got very interesting. Judith, let's zoom out from today's game and talk about the match overall. 1.5, 1.5 now. Ding has won with the black pieces. Ding has lost with the black pieces. What do you think him and his team are thinking going into the rest day?
Well, they are not happy. This I can tell you. This game was not a loss which you just lost the game. It was a very painful loss, I believe, for Ding, and this is not exactly he was counting with, because in the opening he was kind of thinking how to react and what to do, and then after g5 he just relieved, I think, completely and said, okay, I have great position and things are going on very fine. But then very quickly he made a mistake, which was something will haunt him, I think, tonight maybe, or for some time. So probably he will need this free day for sure. But I also think that for Gukesh it's great to have a free day after winning, to calm himself down that now he leveled the match.
All right, folks. We'll come back to what Team Gukesh might be thinking in a little bit, because I believe the press conference with both players is likely to start in the next couple of minutes. So we're going to go to a brief break where we will still get to see the cameras so that we can pop back immediately if necessary. And we'll be back in just a moment with the press conference, and we'll have some closing thoughts after that. See you guys in a sec.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the post-game press conference. I'm Maurice Ashley, and I will be asking a couple of questions of the players Those of you who have questions from the press, there's a microphone to our left that you can go to. You can line up at any point, and please restrict your questions to one at a time, but if you need to go back, then we'll allow you to do so. First question is for the challenger. First of all, Gukesh, congratulations on the victory today. I guess the simplest question to ask is, how does it feel to actually win a game in your first World Championship?
Yeah, it feels great. I'm quite happy with. I mean, yeah, also the last 2 days I was happy with my play. Today was even better. I feel good at the board, and yeah, today I just managed to outplay my opponent, which is always very nice.
I'm curious how the opening went for you. He spent a lot of time in the opening at one point, just several minutes for sure. Did you feel like you had exactly the position you wanted to play?
Yeah, I was prepared until the 11th, no sorry, 13th move. I guess he was trying to remember something, but maybe he mixed up something. I thought how we reacted was not the most precise way, and then I think I just got a very nice position after g5, and I mean all this f3, e4, it looks really shaky for black.
A question for you, Alicia, and you spent a lot of time in the opening. What was the reason for that?
Because I thought my position not so comfortable, and my c2 bishop is a weakness, and he's going to attack it with knight d2. So I tried to come up with some idea to save it. First I thought knight e4 here. Maybe the other move to play is knight e4, and he will take. I take the bishop, and knight d2, knight a6. The other one, I'm not sure. Several evolution of it, and I will choose between these two lines.
Everyone was analyzing, of course, with the aid of engines, and I felt that your response was probably the best under the circumstances. And here after g5, knight back. Excuse me. Right, knight d2 first. And g5. And here, you seem to have a good position after this, if the way you played, but that rook h5 was a significant error. Did you understand this at the moment, or did it take you some time to realize that your bishop was in trouble?
I think my position already in trouble, because normal move knight e6 doesn't work due to rook c1. And yeah, I saw bishop e7, but I refused it due to rook c1, bishop e5, e4, take, bishop e2, e4, bishop e6, take, and bishop takes, knight takes, pawn takes, and rook c7. But after knight e6, when I saw a computer, after the game, knight e6, rook b7, and a6.
E6?
Yes, e6. Here, or maybe knight d2, knight d4 also possible, but with stronger a6.
It looks like you're okay.
Yes, yeah.
Did you see any of these lines, by the way? Because it seemed as though bishop e7 was problematic for white, actually.
I think I just underestimated bishop e7, because I thought if I'm getting like rook c1, e4, I should be good, but now that I see it, yeah, it's quite shaky. Yeah, I guess during the game, we both thought that white is doing well, which is what matters.
I guess that doesn't change things competitively. Both of you have to play without the use of engines while you're playing. So for you, it's just a fight, right? Whoever plays better in the fight.
Yeah. I mean, it's obviously not pleasant to misjudge a position so badly, but okay. as long as I played better than my opponent, I think it's good.
All right, I'll open up the floor for questions from the press.
Great performance. Gukesh, just to know if you were aware that you were following a game of the 2023 Düsseldorf FIDE World Teams between Kramnik and Edigaisi. Was that part of your preparation? And what do you think of that game and how you could improve on that game?
Yeah, I mean, I recall that this game very briefly. I think till head g4 we had the same position. Till the 13th move, we had the same position. After that, I think Arjun made some mistake and Kramnik had a huge advantage, but it ended in a draw. I remember this detail, but I don't remember exactly how the game went. Yeah, I was aware of it.
Next question.
Hi Gukesh, can you just talk the entire thought process of all the moves that you had made after Rook H5? At least on the board, it seemed like you knew that you now had an advantage. Can you just talk through the entire process of how you converted that, the calculations that you were doing in your mind?
Yeah, after Rook H5, I thought with E4 I'm winning a piece, but he gets a couple of pawns, and I mean the dark squares are a bit soft. So I didn't think I was completely winning. I knew that I should be better or close to winning. And then I think I played quite precisely because I was also considering knight e2 instead of bishop f2, but then he can go knight b3. I mean the same, similar to what happened in the game, like rook c2, knight d2, rook d2, bishop b4. Now the difference is g5 hangs. Yeah, bishop b4 or direct rook g5. Yeah, something like this. So I thought bishop f2 to start with, and then knight e2. Yeah, I mean I just thought I had to be like super precise, not to give him any drawing chances, and I did not really see where he could really improve actually. Maybe king e7 was the final mistake, but already I thought I was doing pretty well. Yeah, and also in the end, this tactic was really nice that I had calculated in the very end. Yeah, bishop h3, f5, bishop f1, bishop f5 I was going to play.
You were going to play?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Next question.
Hi there, Theo from leechess.org. I'm asking a question on behalf of one of our live stream commentators, Grandmaster Felix Blauberger. He wanted to ask Ding Liren if he could share his thinking behind rook h5 and if he considered or evaluated the threat of knight e2.
Before f3, I thought my position was okay, or even better, but after f3, I realized maybe it's not so easy to play. And the most obvious move, 96 doesn't work, so I have to come up with the other ideas. And I also saw bishop e7, but I refused it because the line I showed before. That's why I come up with rook f5, with either rook c1, bishop f5, e4, maybe take, and bishop h7, bishop h3. The rook is protected on h5. But I underestimated e4. And in this line, I missed knight e2 actually. I thought he had to move the rook on rook, then take on d4 with the bishop. Then I have good compensations.
You're saying in this position here?
Yes.
You missed knight e2?
Yes.
And you said you thought, what did he have to play?
Rook move to somewhere, g2 or somewhere.
Like this?
Mm.
So for you, this was the decisive mistake. Next question.
This is Mike Lang with chess.com. My question is for Grandmaster Gukesh. This appears to be the first time since game one of 93 Kasparov short where someone lost on time. And I'm curious, even though your position was objectively always winning, can you describe your emotions as your opponent was ticking down on time? We could see it on his face, but what was going through your mind as he had 1 minute left to make 6 moves?
I'm sorry, maybe the previous match, didn't he lose on time against Nepal?
It's my research team's research. So even if that is incorrect, could you tell us about your emotions when he had so little time to make so many moves?
Yeah, I was pretty confident at that point. I was just thinking about the position at that time because I knew that I should be winning, especially after I got rook d1, rook c1, rook d1, I thought I should just be winning. So yeah, I wasn't really playing for time. I just wanted to finish it off cleanly.
I know you weren't playing for time, but was there an increased heart rate or anything going on inside you as your opponent got so low?
Yeah, sure. It's always a bit exciting when your opponent is so low on time, and also when you get a winning position, you generally get a bit excited. So it was there, but I think I had my emotions under control.
Charlize asking on behalf of FIDE social media from our followers, this time from Bangalore Chess Club. Did having a rest day tomorrow have any effect on today's game approach?
Is that for both players? Go ahead.
Not really. I thought since tomorrow is a rest day, I'll just put all my energy into this game, and then I can rest. So it did not make much of a difference, but it was nice to know that after today's game I can just go and rest.
Not really, but the results of the game will maybe influence my emotion during the rest day.
Hi, Maria Emilianova on behalf of my viewers, I guess, on my channel. A bit of a harsh question to Gukesh, but I thought it's the best day to ask it. Do you agree with what Magnus said after game one, that it's hard to understate how bad this was from Gukesh? Not a single good decision, everything was wrong. Do you agree with his statement, and do you think you changed? If yes, then do you think something changed after game one?
In game one, you mean? Yeah, after, from some point, I think starting from, I don't know, maybe b4 or queen e2, especially this knight d4 move, all these moves were pretty bad. But I think it's also understandable since it was my first game in the World Championship. I was a bit nervous. It's a new setting for me. And yeah, even for example, Magnus in his first World Championship, he was not at his best at the start. So I think it's a very normal reaction, and I was okay with that. It was a bad game, but I was generally feeling good. I thought even though I was nervous, I was able to not what to say. It was not too much to handle, so I felt good. It was a bad game, but yeah, I always knew that once I settle in, I will get back my rhythm.
Thank you, and congratulations on striking back.
Ulrich Stock from Die Zeit, Germany. A question for Liren. What was the point in the opening when you were caught by surprise? Was it move h3 already, or could you say something about that?
Yes, very early, actually. This line came as a surprise, totally. Yes, maybe after h3 I have no knowledge for this line.
It's always nice to win a game. Also, for the first time against such a strong opponent, it's always nice. I think it means more that I got a win in the World Championship and a very important win. So yeah, I'm happy with many things about this.
Hi, Gukesh, Aditya from ChessBase India. Congratulations on your first World Championship win. But we see you here today exactly as after game one. You are in the same mood. Your nerves show the same level. I don't know how you do it, but congratulations. Could you please tell us that when we saw you in game one, you were a lot moving around the chair. You were not sitting that much. But today we saw you on the chair, more focused, more concentrated, eyes closed. What changed? Is it something that your coaches or your seconds have given some advice to you, or is this something you are taking forward in the match?
I think it also depends on, it mostly I think just depends on the kind of position, because the first game I thought I out prepared him, and I mean like all this G4 it was all my prep, and I was feeling more in control. So and yesterday I mean he surprised me in the opening. I had to figure things out, and also today once he got like Queen B3, Bishop C2, I mean there were a lot of lines to calculate. Even though it was my prep, I couldn't recall many things. So yeah, I just had many things to figure out on the board. So just sitting.
Great, congrats once again.
Before the next question, if I may ask, does the thought ever bubble in your mind that you have fans, big fans watching from all around the world, particularly in your home country? Does that ever affect you when you're actually sitting there playing? Is that, or you're not distracted by these thoughts?
Usually when I'm playing, it's like not really, but like in a span of like 4 or 5 hours, you get 1 or 2 distracting thoughts from time to time, and I think it's fine. But yeah, in general, it's nice that like fans all over the world, and especially in my home country, are cheering for me in this match, and that is kind of a motivating factor for me.
I have a question for Liren. 想问一下，这次爸爸妈妈一起来了，感觉怎么样？会不会好一点？对明天恢复心情会不会有一些帮助？
对，这很少的比赛，他们都同时过来，确实，他们给我生活上的一些照料吧，确实能让我感觉，不那么紧张。
Another question from FIDE social media, this time from Sky35.10 for both of you. What are you planning to do for the rest day?
No plans as of yet, but okay, maybe I don't know. I'll think of something, but okay, the main things will be obviously some rest, preparation, and some relaxation.
I don't have plan for tomorrow. Yeah, we'll see after getting up.
I do have one final question. Liren, you have lost before in a World Championship match. Many people counted you out when you lost before, and you bounced back time and time again. What gives you the strength to bounce back, or gave you the strength, and do you feel, and what's going to give you the strength now?
Just the position itself, I think if I have a chance in the game, I need to push for the win.
Okay, that concludes the press conference. Tomorrow is a day off, so rest day for the players, rest day for everyone else. We'll be back in 2 days here at 5 p.m. local time. Good night, everyone.
Thank you very much, Maurice, and the players for giving us quite a lot to talk about from that press conference, actually. Judith, I want to start with a very interesting observation that I think a lot of people watching will have noticed as well. Gukesh could be talking about his win today. Gukesh could be talking about his loss. And he could even be responding to that shots fired, possibly illegal in Singapore kind of question that we saw. Face completely the same throughout. He was so mature, he was so measured, and he gave such a brilliant answer. He's unflappable.
Yes, this is seeable for whatever interview he gave, not only now, but in previous occasions as well, that he's so stable mentally that I'm pretty sure that sometimes he's not that stable, but he can give great answers and show that he's not going to be unbalanced by all these questions, because he's so focused, he's so determined that he knows exactly why he came to Singapore.
And if you're in the opposing camp right now, Robert, we did get a bit more emotion from Ding. He settled down by the time the press conference was had. We're not even sure 100% what he's thinking about right now. There are no plans for the rest day. We'll play it by ear. Let's just get back to the hotel and reset. Talk to us about his mental state and how he can best use the rest day to put himself in a good position, because he's done it before.
He certainly has, and he can do it again. And I think the issue is that there are emotions. He just lost a game 3, he had a lead in the match. But if we could try to be objective here, he has played 2 games with the black pieces, only 1 game with white. Before the match began, if you said, Ding, heading into the first rest day, you'll have 1.5 out of 3. Maybe you drew your first 3 games. He would say, I'll take that because I have more white pieces in the remaining games. The problem is he just lost, and we just saw him there on the stage being quite disheartened. He seemed quite sad. For him and his team, they would hope to use the rest day to recover. But objectively speaking, 1.5 points out of 3 when you played 2 black games and only 1 white, that is a good result for Ding Liren. So I just want to state that clearly. I, of course, note that emotions do play a role. We'll see how this loss impacts him. But on paper, at the very least, Ding Liren is doing quite well.
That's a fantastic point, Robert. I mean, at the end of the day, like you say, 1.5 out of 3 where you've had 2 blacks is still fine. We just maybe weight most recent results more heavily in our mind. A little bit of a psychological imbalance there, but strictly speaking, it is very much all to play for objectively. Let's take a look now at what the schedule is going to be for the next games, because it's important to remember that tomorrow is a rest day. So we are going to be coming back not tomorrow, but on Friday, ladies and gentlemen. We will have a little bit of a one-day break. The players themselves will have a hard-earned break as well. And on Friday, we start at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Singapore local time. And you can see what the equivalent will be where you are in the world on this lovely map here, ranging from 1 o'clock in the morning on the West Coast all the way to 8 o'clock in the evening if you are joining us from Sydney. Right, well, that leaves things very nicely poised indeed. Judith, we've had fantastic emotions. This isn't the same. Even though it's 1.5, it's not the same as 3 quick draws. It's not the same as 3 boring games. We've had a very wide range of play in this World Championship match so far, and it's all square going into the first rest day. What do you think?
Well, it's, we are in the roller coaster. It goes up and down. It was an incredible day 1. And even yesterday with the draw, it was not long, but it was very interesting. And today it was very clear that Gukesh will come back to try to equalize and level the match. And he made a surprise in the opening, which I think it is a very important psychological win for Gukesh, because to surprise your opponent, it's always very special, but to do that in a World Championship match again and again, it gives extra points for your self-confidence. So he made one suspicious move, G5, but after that and before that, he played incredibly well, and in critical moments, he was able to make the right decision and then convert completely in securing his victory there. So it was an amazing day, and I want to close it with that. You remember that when after his loss, what he said? It was, it only makes only more exciting now. So now again, we can say that it's 1.5. And we are moving into the full excitement, into the almost middle of the match by now.
That's very well put and exactly right. Gukesh did say that after the first loss. Oh, I guess this makes things more interesting then. And he has certainly notched up the level one more today. Robert, piggybacking off of Judith's comment about surprising your opponent out of the opening, I feel like people in general, and maybe rightly so, spoke a lot about Ding working with Richard Rapport. So perhaps to us, maybe we've been blindsided from reading so much into other stuff, guess what? Things can come the other way as well.
They certainly can, because when the cooks are in the kitchen, they might prep a great meal. And for the many Americans watching, I think tomorrow is a day full of cooking and preparation for Thanksgiving. But for Team Ding, you know that Richard Rapport and the rest of the players who are working with Ding, they're going to be hard at work. They are not taking a day off. They're going to try to find a surprise here or there, just like Ding did in the first game on his first move, E6, the French defense. That was not expected. So what we can expect is more fighting, more just difficult chess decisions to be made. But I think for Gukesh, he has settled in. Once that first game, the nerves, they're out the window. As Judith said, even though we're only 3 games in, we're in the middle of the match, at least from the perspective of the players. They are right in the thick of things, and we have so much fun ahead.
So, 3 games down in the 2024 FIDE World Championship, and the scores are level 1.5, 1.5, but by possibly the most exciting route possible. Liren, the defending champion, wins game number 1, extremely tense draw in game number 2, followed by the challenger Gukesh striking back in game number 3 to make things all square going into the rest day. We will be back here on stream on Friday, same time, same place, for round number 4 of the FIDE World Championship. Stay safe wherever you are in the world, and we'll see you then. Good night. Game number 3 of the FIDE World Championship is officially a go. Gukesh has made the first move.
1 d4 from Gukesh, a pause from Liren as he thinks, what does Gukesh want from me?
H3.
This choice, 7h3 from Gukesh, it's taking this game into unfamiliar territory. We might see a chaotic game. I am nervous for him. I mean, he is down serious time right now, and it's not just the clock. I think, in fact, it's the board that poses even more problems because he is not familiar and his opponent is. He has played the best move, knight b to d7. That was time very well spent by Liren.
Suddenly, I don't feel that there are such a huge dangers for Ding anymore.
The last move played here, Judith, was a mistake from Liren. We see the question mark, and the only proper reply that gives white the upper hand is this move e4. e4 has been played. It's Liren on the back foot, and look at that, knight e6, the only move for black, and he makes a mistake here. He took on e4 first.
I believe there can be equalizing the match before the free day. And knight e2 is on the board.
Huge find from Gukesh. He's feeling good about his position. He has 1 minute and 50 seconds to reach move 40. He has to make a move. I mean, he just has to. And he picks up his rook, and what's he gonna do? He hasn't moved. He's freezing. Oh my goodness. Back on the clock is Liren at bishop h3, and f5 is played here. So Gukesh, he knows that he has the upper hand. It's now very clear. The evaluation bar is sky high, and for Liren, he's probably not even going to reach move 40.
Bishop f5. Look at that.
Oh!
Bishop f5.
Wow, what a fine game over. Gukesh Damaraju equals the match 1.5, 1.5. I think we can hear some applause in the background in the playing arena in Singapore. But Judith, wow, what a quick finish to that game.
Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation? Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStax.
Hi Gemini, quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email?
Yeah, I can help with that.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number one Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini, and this is a look behind the scenes of a heated Fantasy League group chat, where Gemini has already made an image of a quarterback with noodle arms, a running back that's a snail, a Swiss cheese secondary, that's a new one, and now coming in hot, some wide receiver gloves made out of butter. Oh, let's see how they come back from that one. Still anybody's game, or anybody that has Gemini.